126. In contrast, look at the match between the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Saiyan Gabe is no match for Trunks. After all, he can only become a Super Saiyan, and Trunks' strength has already reached the level of Super Saiyan 4. Trunks showed no mercy and was still decisive. After turning into Super Saiyan, he eliminated Gabe from Universe 6 in an instant. In the battle between Hertz and Hit, it doesn't seem like it will end that easily. Call out. Hit took the lead in launching the attack and directly used the Flash Time Kung Fu. After his last match with Universe 7, he also felt that his Flash Time skill was not strong enough. So after returning home, I began to study the evolution of Flash Time Kung Fu. At this time, he has evolved his previous 0.1 second Flash Time skill to 0.5 seconds. This evolution, although it seems to be only a short 0.4 seconds, but the battle between masters, even for 0.01 seconds, can completely change the success or failure of the battle. 0.4 seconds is already considered a very incredible existence. The battle had begun, and Hit suppressed Hertz. Hit Hertz accurately every time. If his body wasn't relatively strong, just these few attacks would have left him unable to stand up. Pooh! It seems like this guy from the 6th universe has mastered some kind of time ability, able to jump through time to attack. It really amazes me that a human being can control time. Hertz spat, even though the opponent's offense was indeed sharp. And the speed is amazing. Every attack caught him off guard. 0-1, but as long as we figure out that he can jump time, it won't be too troublesome to crack this ability. Call out. Hit's body flashed again and disappeared instantly. The whole person's aura also disappeared at the same time, as if he had completely disappeared in this time and space. Boom. Another precise punch hit Hertz's chest. Hertz took another dozen steps backward. At this time, Hit had already seen the dawn of victory. Although the opponent's ability to resist a blow far exceeded his imagination, after so many attacks, he didn't suffer much damage. But Hit is confident enough. Under constant attacks, Hertz will never be able to hold on. Call out. Hit's body flashed again and disappeared. At this time, a sharp look appeared in Hertz's eyes. Just give me enough is enough. This ability has reached its limit. The moment the voice fell, Hertz also displayed his superpower. That is to instantly increase the gravity around the body. This is his unique ability. The reason why he dared to resist Zeno was precisely because of the blessing of this ability, which gave him confidence. The gravity around the body is instantly adjusted. The moment Hit's body appeared, he felt an unparalleled gravity that almost pushed him to the ground. The speed has naturally slowed down a lot. Before he could be surprised, Hertz's fist had already greeted him. Boom! Unable to dodge, Hertz punched him hard in the face. Hit's body was directly knocked out. Bang, bang, bang. The body bounced 3 or 4 times on the ground and finally landed more than 10 feet away. Obviously, Hertz's power is more powerful than Hit's. Just when Hit was about to stand up, Hertz suddenly pressed hard with his right hand. A gorgeous square pressed directly on Hit's body. Hit, who had just stood up, suddenly felt his knees weaken and fell to the ground again. The unparalleled pressure was like a planet pressing on him. Let Hit be a little unable to bear it. Call out. At this time, Hertz's body appeared in front of Hit again. Then he said coldly, "Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. You can even control time. You are one of the few strong people among humans. But if you want to be my opponent, you're still a little short of that." As the voice fell, Hertz kicked Hit in the chest hard again. Hit's body flew out again. It was obvious that Hit had lost his previous advantage in this battle. Boom. The body hit the ground hard again. Hertz didn't give Hit a chance to react. The right hand pressed down continuously, and 7 or 8 gorgeous squares pressed directly on Hit's body. Hit, who was originally ready to struggle, could only be pressed to the ground. It felt like the weight of 7 or 8 planets was superimposed on his body, making him unable to resist at all. Damn it. Who was that guy from Universe 7? Why have I never seen him before? I didn't see him either in the last game against Universe 7. That guy can actually control gravity. That guy is so weird. Gods of Destruction Compass face became very solemn. Hit is their final ace in the 6th universe. If Hit is eliminated, then only demi-humans will be left. Even if he has a strong talent, he wants to challenge 3 or even 4 people alone. It's completely impossible for you. After all, Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe has stronger talent and fighting ability than Kair. Master Kampa, it seems that our 6th universe will be eliminated this time. Although I have only been an angel for a while, I am very happy. Custer looked at Kampa, smiled and said, "I'm so sorry." It was also very rare for Kampa to say the word sorry. He did feel very sorry that Custer had only been Angel for a few days. But this is the comprehensive level of humanity in the 6th universe. This is something that cannot be changed. It goes without saying, Lord Kampa. I just lost Angel's abilities. Castle comforted with a smile. It seems that they are getting along well during this time. While the two were chatting, Hertz kicked Hit away, because he was not prepared to turn this battle into a protracted one. After figuring out Hit's time flash skill, it's very easy to get rid of him. Soon, the priest's voice rang out. The 6th universe Hit player was eliminated. The 6th player is the remaining player, Player Kyer. Ben fell with the voice of Grand Priest, and Kampa was completely desperate. At this time, on the stage, Broly has transformed into Super Saiyan's full power form. The whole body is filled with grass-green arrogance. And Kyle also transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form. After Angel's training, both Broly and Kyer were able to control their Saiyan power freely. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them were constantly clashing fists. Every time fists collide, the entire arena will be greatly destroyed. But it is obvious that there is still a big gap between Kyer's power and Broly. After each collision, Kyer's body would fall back dozens of feet. Not bad. You are much stronger in one fight. But you are still no match for me. Next, I will eliminate you in the shortest possible time, Broly said to Kel. A crazy attack followed directly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bang, bang, bang. It was obviously a bit difficult for Kyer to deal with the attack, which was like a hail of bullets. He began to retreat steadily until he reached the edge of the ring. But his face was already very ugly, because soon, she will be eliminated. As the last contestant in the 6th universe, elimination means being completely eliminated. You can go down, Broly said in a cold voice. Although there is no enmity with the 6th universe, but the rule now is that only one universe can survive. Then, only the 7th universe can survive. And only after the 7th universe survives, the other universes have the possibility of recovery. If other universes survive, then all universes may be cleared. After Broly finished speaking, his body jumped up, and the grass-green aura around his body instantly surged. Obviously, this time he has used all his 27 power. Seeing this, Kyer was also a little desperate, because her power is nowhere near as powerful as Broly's. He couldn't block this attack at all. I can only raise my arms and hope for a miracle to happen. Boom. The moment a low collision sounded, Kyer's body was directly punched out of the ring. And where he stood, there was also a huge gap. In the 6th universe, all contestants have been eliminated. Gods of Destruction Kampa's face is ashen. All the players in the 6th universe also had very gloomy expressions. They are really unwilling. Why is that little Xeno able to control the life and death of the entire universe? Why did he suffer the fate of being destroyed when he obviously didn't do anything wrong? They really couldn't figure it out, but at this moment, there was no chance for them to think about it. Just after Kyer was eliminated, Grand Priest's voice also sounded faintly. 6th universe Kel contestant eliminated. All contestants in the 6th universe have been eliminated, so the 6th universe is about to be eliminated. After Grand Priest's voice fell, Xeno shook his right hand out of habit. A flash of silver-white light instantly covered Kampa and all the players in the 6th universe. Maybe this is the fate of the 6th universe. After Kampa said helplessly, his body instantly turned into silver light spots. The entire 6th universe also disappeared without a trace in an instant. The 2nd universe and the 3rd universe have completely disappeared, coupled with the disappearance of the 6th universe this time. Now the only remaining players in the ring are 6 people from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Everyone can clearly see the situation in the arena at this moment. Although Jiren is very powerful, but every player in the 7th universe has a powerful power zone. There is no chance of winning this year. After all, just one Son Goku has already begun to suppress Jiren. If they take action together, Jiren might not be able to hold on for half a minute. 127. It's over. Our 11th universe will follow in the footsteps of the other 6 universes. Why are there so many perverted humans in the 7th universe? The strength of each human is not weaker than Tokpo. The Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe has a look of despair on his face. Although he didn't want to despair, even though he was full of confidence in the 11th universe before. But now the facts are before our eyes. Topo and Dispo were easily defeated. Now there is only one Jiren left. Even if the opponent doesn't come together and persists until the end of the game, the final result will be that Jiren will be eliminated. Universe 11 has no chance of winning. I'm sorry, Lord Vermont. It's all because we are so useless that the entire 11th universe is in crisis. Topo on the side immediately said guiltily. If their strength could be stronger, this kind of thing would not happen. Jiren will not be left to fight alone. Forget it. This is not your problem. Those humans in the 7th universe are all too perverted. Other universes have no chance of winning. Vermont also had no intention of blaming Topo and the others. They have done their duty. This is because the 7th universe is too powerful. Dear, don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Jiren will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Margarita on the side spoke to comfort her. But such comfort did not make Vermont's mood any better. This kind of miracle will never happen. Stop comforting me, Margarita. You know this is impossible. Even if the 7th universe Son Goku is alone, it is a question whether Jiren can defeat him. Not to mention the Broly and Hertz just now. Both have super powerful power, not even weaker than Jiren. Vermont also knew that Margarita was comforting them. But this kind of comfort has no comfort effect at all. It seems that victory or defeat has been decided. Zeno also knows that although Jiren from the 11th universe is still insisting, but his persistence is meaningless. In the end, there was simply no way to win. Even the 7th universe dragged it until the end of the game. They have no chance of winning in the 11th universe. It seems so. The 7th universe should be a sure winner. I just don't know what kind of wish the 7th universe will make next. Is it as we expected? Grand Priest nodded. Then he glanced at Carlo and said, although this guy is not a selfish person, but it shouldn't be that selfless. A chance to make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball, given his character, shouldn't make the other universes that were wiped out disappear. As long as he doesn't make such a wish, then even if their 7th universe wins in the end, it will still be a dead end. There was no winner in this competition. Everything has already been budgeted by Master Zeno. It seemed that he felt the Grand Priest's gaze. Carlo turned his head and glanced at Grand Priest, then smiled at him. Although I didn't hear clearly what the two of them were talking about. But Carlo knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Maybe it really is like Dragon Ball. If they make selfish wishes, maybe it will really be destroyed on the spot. On the stage, Son Goku and Jiren are still fighting anxiously. But as the fighting time passed, Son Goku's physical fitness obviously had some problems. Hoo. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Son Goku was breathing heavily. The consumption of perfect Ultra Instinct seemed more terrifying than he imagined. It was just a 3 or 4 minute fight. He already felt a little powerless. Strength is constantly declining. The dodge ability and offensive ability also continue to decline. If this continues, he wants to win. It's already somewhat impossible. Although Jiren's physical fitness has also declined, it is much better than Son Goku. Son Goku, I have to say that your strength is indeed ridiculously strong. I underestimated you a little too much before, but in this game, I will win no matter what. In fact, Jiren, who is taciturn, rarely speaks out at all times. He must get the chance to make a wish to Super Shenron. Then he knew who killed his entire clan and who killed his master. He must figure these out. So he must achieve the final victory. Don't be too self-righteous, Jiren. You are indeed ridiculously strong. Maybe I will be defeated by you. But even if you defeat me, you can't win the final victory. Because Hertz and Broly are no worse than me at all. Son Goku gritted his teeth and said, although he may not be able to defeat Jiren, but there's Hertz and Broly. So Jiren has no chance of winning. Then give it a try. After Jiren's voice fell, flame-like aura once again appeared in his body, heading towards Son Goku's attack. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bang bang bang. Every punch and every move carries unparalleled terrifying power. Son Goku has begun to retreat steadily. Perhaps this is the persistence in his heart about what happened in the past. So Jiren burst out with a more powerful Force Emperor. Boom. With another full blow, Jiren directly knocked Son Goku back dozens of feet. And Son Goku's breathing became heavier and heavier. Aha! The next second, Son Goku actually exited the Ultra Instinct form. After returning to normal, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. What? Damn it! Ultra Instinct has reached its limit. My physical fitness has declined too fast, and I cannot maintain Ultra Instinct. Son Goku looked extremely ugly. Without the bonus of Zizouajigong, he is no match for Jiren. Out! Son Goku! Son Goku is seen exiting his Ultra Instinct form. Jiren didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Just punch out of the air. The speed is too fast and the power is too strong. Son Goku has no chance to dodge. Boom. After being punched in the chest, Son Goku's body was directly knocked out of the ring, then returned to the auditorium. Maybe it's because Son Goku knows that even if he is eliminated, and Broly hurts, therefore, the firm strength in the body was not exploded. That's why he was eliminated by Jiren so quickly. I'm so sorry, Master Carlo, I lost. After appearing in the ring, Son Goku also said with an embarrassed look, I didn't expect Ultra Instinct to be defeated so easily. Forget it, the ending won't change anyway. Carlo didn't blame Son Goku either. It seems that Son Goku's pressure is still too low. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku was able to defeat Jiren mainly because he was under too much pressure. Because once he fails, the 7th universe will be eliminated. But in this competition, Son Goku is not under so much pressure, because he knew that even if he was defeated, there would still be Broly and the others. Therefore, Son Goku did not exert the hidden power in his body. But this year, we have made a desperate move, with the belief that we will win. Under such circumstances, it is expected that Son Goku will be unbeaten by Jiren. Carlo, you be *************** D. I didn't expect that after understanding Ultra Instinct, I still couldn't beat that guy. Vegeta scolded Son Goku. Originally, he hoped that Carlo could defeat Jiren and avenge himself. But I didn't expect that this guy was also defeated. At this moment, he didn't know whether he was angry or happy. After all, losing to Jiren also made him feel less ashamed. You have the nerve to call me Vegeta. Weren't you eliminated by Jiren all at once? Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and Taguchi muttered. At this time, although Jiren defeated Son Goku, but he also had some problems with his physical fitness. Under such circumstances, it is already impossible to recover to the peak period. Oh, did you actually defeat Son Goku? It's really good. The guy from Universe 11 is also ridiculously powerful, Hertz said calmly. After all, even he may not be able to defeat Son Goku. Leave it to me and let me eliminate this guy. Broly took a step forward, although Jiren from the 11th universe was very strong. But he still didn't take it seriously. After appearing in front of Broly, Broly once again burst out with power in his body. Grass-green arrogance swirled crazily throughout the arena. Ba-la-la. Rays of golden lightning swirled around Broly's body. It is obvious that at this moment he has exceeded the full power limit of Super Saiyan, to the extent of Super Saiyan 2. But this Super Saiyan 2 is completely different from Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2. This kind of power is completely superior to Ultra Instinct. So, such a powerful force. This guy is stronger than Son Goku just now. The 7th universe, what kind of universe is it? How can we cultivate so many perverted strong men? After feeling Broly's burst of breath, Jiren's face began to become more solemn, because he could clearly feel that even at his peak, he might not be able to defeat the Broly in front of him. After the battle with Son Goku just now, his physical energy has been somewhat exhausted. It is obviously impossible to fight Broly again. However, for the chance to make a wish for the Super Dragon Ball, he also wants to fight to the death. Aha! With a roar, Jiren rushed towards Broly. Boo-hoo-hoo! Took the lead in launching an active attack. But Broly was able to dodge all the attacks easily. Swish, swish, swish. The punches and kicks kept attacking, but Broly was able to dodge with ease. Snapped. In the next second, Broly grabbed Jiren's fist. Impossible, admit it. You are very powerful, stronger than any other player in the universe. But your physical energy consumption is too great. You are no match for me now. After Broly's faint voice fell, he pulled hard. Jiren's body was pulled forward uncontrollably. Then Broly hit with his right knee. Boom. His knee pressed hard against Jiren's abdomen. Wow. A mouthful of acidic water spurted out of his mouth, and Jiren's body bent directly into a prawn. Broly clenched his fists and hit Jiren hard on the back of the neck. Boom. Well? His pupils suddenly shrank, and Jiren felt his eyes go dark. The whole person's consciousness suddenly faded. Then he lay down directly on the ground. Broly didn't give Jiren any chance to react. Then he kicked him out of the ring. If it weren't for Jiren's previous battle with Son Goku, which consumed a lot of their physical energy, there is no way Broly can defeat Jiren so easily. But now, the outcome has been decided. The final winner of the battle has also appeared. After Jiren was eliminated, Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 11th universe looked ashen. All the players were extremely desperate. They know that the 11th universe is completely over this time. Grand Priest's faint voice also sounded. In the 11th universe, contestant Jiren was eliminated. All contestants in Universe 11 are eliminated and will therefore be cleared. After the voice fell, Zeno showed no mercy and clenched his fist. Universe 11 disappeared without a trace in an instant. 7 universes were all wiped out in just over 30 minutes. Even the 4 universes who did not participate in the competition felt chills running down their backs, because they don't know when the 4 universes may have such a competition. Master Zeno, the 7th universe, has become the universe that finally wins this power tournament. The opportunity for Super Shenron to make a wish should be obtained by the 7th universe. It was player Broly who defeated Jiren in the end, so the opportunity to make a wish should also be given to Broly. Grand Priest turned his head and said to Zeno, "Okay, the 7th universe is very powerful. It may be said that the King's one is more powerful than the other 4 universes." Zeno nodded and said with a smile, "The disappearance of the 7 universes seems to have nothing to do with him. It's as simple as drinking water and eating. So, are you summoning Super Shenron now?" Grand Priest continued to ask. "Well, summon it. I'm very interested in the 7th universe's wish." Zeno spoke. At this moment, the 7th universe, which won the final victory, seemed not as happy as imagined. There was even less cheering, because every player is kind at heart. Some universes were wiped out for their own reasons. In fact, they still feel a little guilty. But fortunately, Master Carlo said before, after finally winning the game, their wish is to restore the destroyed universe. At this time, Inshuni also summoned Super Shenron. Super Shenron appeared, and his entire body instantly filled up the entire Wu Jijia. "Mr. Broly, because you finally eliminated Jiren, the contestant from Universe 11, so this opportunity to make a wish to Super Shenron is up to you. So, what wish do you want to make?" Grand Priest looked at Broly and asked with a smile. It seems that he is looking forward to Broly's next wish. Broly glanced at Carlo, then smiled and said to Grand Priest, "My wish is to restore all the universes that were cleared by Zeno." The moment the words fell, Grand Priest and Zeno's faces suddenly showed expressions of surprise. They never expected that Broly would actually make such a wish. It's exactly the same as what they said before, but Carlo's expression did change slightly and turned into a roar. Although Broly's wish was correct, but he missed the word, just now. The universes eliminated by Zeno are not just the 7 universes just now. 128. Because in the past, Zeno had destroyed 6 universes from 13th to 18th. If Broly's wish just now is, let Zeno restore the universe that was just destroyed, then everything will proceed as normal. The current desire without effort is to restore all the universes cleared by Zeno. That is to say, it also includes the previous 6 universes. Of course, this is just Carlo's speculation. It is not certain whether those 6 universes will also be restored. If the other 6 universes also recover by then, I don't know what will happen. Oh, Mr. Broly, Super Shenron can grant any wish. No matter what wishes you have, he can help you realize them. Are you sure you want to make such a wish? Grand Priest's face is still full of disbelief. According to his understanding of the 7th universe and his understanding of Carlo, it is impossible for him to make such a selfless wish. After all, he is an ambitious man. If it were ordinary gods of destruction, how could they dare to have a relationship with Angel? This is absolutely impossible. Not even the other gods of destruction dare to think of it. But this guy actually took out such a wish. This made him wonder if Carlo already knew Master Zeno and what he meant. Is this really your wish? Are you sure yet? Even Zeno had a look of extreme surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, the desire he discussed with Grand Priest was actually thought of. And it's the 7th universe. This really surprised both of them. It was so shocking. Yes, this is my wish. Let all those universes that have been wiped out return to their original appearance. Broly said very firmly. If it weren't for Mr. Carlo's reminder, he would never have made such a wish. Even if I make a wish to eat a delicious meal, it will be much better than me this month. It's just that this is Lord Carlo's wish, and he doesn't dare to violate it. Grand Priest and Zeno looked at each other. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. But I was surprised, since Loli had already made such a wish. 360 then, they naturally want to be satisfied. Moreover, this time the universe may not be destroyed. Okay, if that's the case, then your wish will come true. Zeno smiled at Broly. In fact, this wish surprised him very much. In fact, I felt quite relieved at the same time. According to Broly's character, it should be impossible to make such a wish. Then it is obvious that this wish must have been thought up by Carlo. Unexpectedly, It was exactly what he and Grand Priest thought. To know this, he and Grand Priest have not told anyone. And now Grand Priest is very unhappy with Carlo, and it is absolutely impossible to tell this matter. Grand Priest, just follow Broly's wishes and make a wish, Zeno said to Grand Priest. Then the Grand Priest and Ula Ula began to make wishes in the language of God. Okay, I understand your wish, Super Shinran's rich voice sounded. Then a scarlet light appeared in his eyes. He quickly continued, your wish has been fulfilled, so we will see you later. After Super Shinran's voice fell, it turned directly into 7 golden rays of light, disappeared in 7 different directions. And Universe, who had been completely eliminated just now, also returned to the ring at this moment. What? What is going on? Weren't we already cleared by Master Zeno just now? Why are we still alive? Yes, we were clearly dead just now. So what happened? All the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai and players had extremely horrified looks on their faces. They had indeed been eliminated by Master Zeno just now. This is definitely not a dream. But why? Now they are standing here intact again. Resurrected from the dead? TCH. It's really unexpected that the 7th universe would actually do such a thing. Using an opportunity to make a wish to Super Shinran, he actually saved all the universes that had been wiped out. The Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe obviously has a relatively high IQ. Besides, it occurred to him that they were not dreaming. It's not like they came back to life for no reason, Abek? It's because after the 7th universe won the final victory, it used Super Shinran to make a wish and restored all the eliminated universes. Dear, what you think is absolutely right. It is the 7th universe that uses the power of Super Shinran to restore all the universes known to Master Zeno. I have to say, what 7th universe did surprise me a little bit. Margarita on the side also said with a faint smile. Such a result is indeed something that many people did not expect, because the strength shown by the 7th universe before was not in line with their wishes. Is it? 7th universe made a wish? Topo and Jiren both had horrified faces, because they really didn't expect that the 7th universe would actually make such a wish. You must know when he and Dispo teamed up to defeat the 7th universe Son Goku. But there is no mercy at all. This method can be said to be extremely despicable in order to win. Unexpectedly, even so, the 7th universe is still so open-minded. Such a selfless wish was made. Okay, this is indeed the wish of the 7th universe. It seems that Lord Carlo, the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, is really unexpected. Margarita glanced at Carlo from Universe 7, then smiled and said, this wish was definitely not made by Broly. Looking at that guy's appearance, you can tell that he is a person with well-developed limbs and a relatively simple mind. It is absolutely impossible to think of such a wish. So it's obvious that Carlo had prepared this wish in advance. The 7th universe's pattern of repaying evil with kindness is indeed something I can't compare to, Vermut also finally said. At this moment, when they knew that Carlo had resurrected them, every Gods of Destruction had a look of disbelief on their faces. Is this really Lord Carlo's wish? It's kind of unbelievable. Even the Gods of Destruction Kampa from the 6th universe had an expression of disbelief on his face. He had some dealings with Carlo. Even knows Carlo better than the other Gods of Destruction. He knew that although Carlo was not a person who always wanted to take revenge, but he is definitely not broad-minded, let alone kind-hearted. Because when he beat himself, he showed no mercy. He actually made a wish to restore the entire universe. This was indeed a bit beyond his imagination. Well, it's indeed a bit unbelievable. But it's true. All the universe has returned to its original state. Isn't this the best ending?
Master Kampa,
Angel Custer said with a smile. I originally thought my angel career was about to end, but I didn't expect that now I could be the angel of the 6th universe again. All of this is really thanks to the 7th universe for taking out such a wish. Okay, very good. Kappa also nodded quickly and said with a smile. Being able to come back from the dead is already a very happy thing. As for other things, you don't need to think about it for the time being. Enjoy the joy of resurrection from the dead. As for the Gods of Destruction Quatella from the 4th universe. At this moment, he looked at Carlo with a guilty look on his face. I didn't expect that he had ostracized Carlo so much before, and even wanted to humiliate him when he went to the 7th universe for the first time. Although this kind of thing ended in failure. But if it were based on his own character, then he would never restore the 7th universe. But I didn't expect that Carlo would be so generous. Quatella glanced at Carlo. It seemed that after this power conference was over, he must go to the door to say thank you. This will show his sincerity. At this time, in the auditorium on Zeno's side, Grand Priest's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Originally, he thought that the seventh universe was worthy of such a wish. At that time, all universes will be cleared by Master Zeno. Even Carlo is no exception. But I never expected that such a miracle would happen. Carlo, this guy, was lucky enough to survive. And it seems that the gods of destruction in other universes are grateful to him. For Grand Priest, this is something unimaginable. Is the matter between Angel Vados and Carlo going to end like this? Master Zeno. Grand Priest glanced at Zeno, seeming to be waiting for his decision. Except for the seventh universe gods of destruction and Angel, all gods of destruction, Angel, and all contestants in other universes can now leave the world of nothing. Zeno glanced at all the universe's gods of destruction and its contestants, and said calmly. And his words are naturally like an amnesty order to the gods of destruction and players in other universes, which sounds very, very good. Yes, Lord Zeno, Master Grand Priest, Master Time and Space God. Let's take our leave now. All the gods of destruction greeted the three of them very respectfully, then left the world of gods of destruction. If it were before, they would still not be convinced by Carlo. Although Carlo defeated all the gods of destruction with his absolute strength, he took the position of God of time and space with his strength. But deep down in their hearts, they were naturally unconvinced. But now, after this incident, they were completely convinced by Carlo and were even very grateful. If it weren't for the seventh universe's wish, they probably wouldn't be able to find even a trace of their soul now. After all the gods of destruction and the players in the universe leave. After all, only Zeno, Grand Priest, Zeno's bodyguards, and Carlo were left in the huge Zeno temple. Grand Priest and Zeno both had very serious expressions. Carlo and Vados naturally knew the purpose of keeping them here. It's just because of what happened between him and Vados. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, if you have anything to say, please just say it. Carlo was quite nervous at first, but things have reached this point. On the contrary, he felt less nervous. If Zeno and Grand Priest haven't done anything to him now, it means they are not prepared for that. Kill yourself so easily. Or maybe they feel they are useful. Carlo, we already know about you and Vados. As the god of time and space and an angel, doing important things is against the rules of Angel and the god of time and space. I think you two should be very clear about this matter. Zeno looked at Carlo and Vados seriously and said, Okay, I know. Carlo nodded and replied, Things have come to this. What should happen has happened. Even if you kneel in front of them and beg for mercy now, it probably won't change any outcome. They want to know now, what do they want to do next? Destroy yourself? Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, this incident all happened because of me. I took the initiative to seduce Mr. Carlo, so this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Carlo. If you want to punish, just punish me alone. Vados immediately took a step forward, without any fear on his face, and spoke firmly to Zeno and Grand Priest. When she fell in love with Carlo, he was already prepared for this. She knew she would one day face Zeno and the Grand Priest. So now that she has reached this point, she is not that afraid. Elder sister was frowned tightly. In fact, he had already guessed this kind of thing. However, he couldn't stop this kind of thing. After hearing what Vados said, Grand Priest's face became even more ugly. I didn't expect that my daughter, Vados, who is an angel, would say such shameless words. It seemed that she didn't take her past teachings to heart at all. Master Zeno, if you want to punish me, punish me. Carlo also stepped forward and said to Zeno firmly, If I didn't have that thought, no matter how Vados tried to seduce her, nothing like that would happen. Let Vados bear all the punishment alone. Carlo will never be able to do it. Oops. It seems a bit difficult to make a decision. Zeno held his chin, seemingly a little confused. He really admired Carlo. Especially the seventh universe's wish this time made him have a better impression of Carlo. But mistakes made, if not punished. It may be difficult to convince the public in the future. Of course, whether other gods of destruction are convinced or not is a lie. The main thing is that if some punishment is not given, Grand Priest may feel uncomfortable. In this case, I can only punish you. Zeno looked at Carlo and said seriously. 129. Carlo and Vados frowned when they heard the word punishment. Even Angel Whis on the side frowned slightly. Whether it is Carlo or his sister Vados, they are two people he likes and cares about very much. If the two of them were punished, he would definitely feel unhappy. More importantly, as the original angel of the 7th universe. If something like this happens, he must be responsible. When the time comes to hold him accountable, as an angel, he will definitely bear the blame. Grand Priest looked at the two people with an indifferent expression. However, before punishing you, I want to give you one more chance, Carlo. Zeno looked at Carlo, whether it was Carlo's performance before or the wish he made today. They all made him feel that Carlo was really good. Carlo is the one he admires most among the gods of destruction. It can be said that no gods of destruction in the universe can compare with Carlo. And when he made Carlo the god of time and space, he really took a fancy to Carlo's talent and ability. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this now. So this time you might as well give him a chance to show off his talent. If he's talented enough to match Angel, what's the harm in having them together? What chance? Master Zeno, Carlo asked immediately. He really didn't want to be an enemy of Zeno unless he had to. At first, he seemed to appreciate himself. Even if he is pretending, at least he looks good on the surface. Secondly, with his current strength, there is no way he can be a match for Master Zeno. Even if a fight breaks out, he may kill himself in an instant. Vados and Whis also looked curious. I didn't expect they would have a chance. Even Grand Priest looked at Zeno with some confusion. I wonder what is going on in his mind? I don't know what the opportunity he mentioned is. It can be seen that Master Zeno really appreciates Carlo. If an ordinary Gods of Destruction made such a mistake, they would definitely be eliminated on the spot, not even blinking. But when I got to Carlo, I actually got a chance. This was something he didn't expect. It also made him somewhat unconvinced. This opportunity is not easy to grasp. That means you have to defeat my two guards. If you can defeat them both, then the matter between you and Angel Vados will be wiped out, and I will make the decision for Grand Priest. Break the rules and you two will be together. But if you can't defeat them too, then you will have to let the Grand Priest handle it, Zeno said in a very serious tone. Because Carlo's talent is indeed very strong. He may be the only god who can take over the position of Grand Priest in hundreds of millions of years. It would indeed be a pity to destroy him like this. Giving him a chance now is also to avoid wasting talents in vain. After finishing speaking, he looked at Grand Priest and asked, Grand Priest, what do you think? In fact, he has already done enough on this matter. Grand Priest naturally has nothing to say. Although Grand Priest possesses the most powerful power in the dimension. But in front of Zeno, Grand Priest knew that he still lacked a lot. Not to mention that he can't resist Zeno's clearing ability. If Zeno is allowed to merge and become a fighting form, no one in the entire dimension will be able to be his opponent. Even if he is Grand Priest, there is no way he can be a match for Master Zeno. Therefore, even if he is a Grand Priest, he must obey what Master Zeno says. Master Zeno, you can make the decision on these matters. Grand Priest could only say respectfully. Maybe he doesn't pay attention to other people, but he didn't dare to refute what Lord Wang said. Although it seemed that Zeno was quite polite to her on weekdays. But if he turns against him, he knows how cruel the consequences will be. Okay, in that case, let's decide like this. Carlo, if you can defeat my two guards, it means that I am not wrong about the person. You do possess a talent that the Gods of Destruction, even Angel, can't match. So even if you ask Angel to follow you, it's not too much. But if your talent doesn't meet that requirement, then I won't care about what happens next. Zeno said to Carlo seriously again. After all, this matter is very serious. In the long history of history, nothing like this has ever happened. A Gods of Destruction actually got together with Angel. Well, I understand. Thank you, Master Zeno, for this opportunity. Carlo nodded seriously. It can be seen that Zeno still likes him better. You must know that in his eyes, ordinary Gods of Destruction are as useless as existence. Such a thing as chance is simply impossible to happen to other Gods of Destruction. And now that he has this opportunity, it fully demonstrates that Zeno values him. Don't thank me yet. My two guards are incredibly strong. Even if the 12 angels add up, they may not be their opponents. So if you want to defeat them, it's not that easy. Zeno said still in a serious tone. I remember the battle on Eming Planet a few months ago. Carlo was no match for his escort. Even one of them is far from being comparable to him. Not to mention the two of them joining forces now. Whether Carlo can achieve the final victory is hard to say. After all, it only lasts a few months, no matter how talented you are. It is not that simple to cross several levels. Grand Priest is naturally very clear about this. In all the dimensional universe, there are only a few people who can defeat Lord Zeno's two bodyguards. And Carlo is just a human who has only been a Gods of Destruction for a few years. Even if his potential really reaches Angel's level, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Lord Boxing Champion's bodyguards. Yes, I know. Carlo continued to nod. If you don't use Shinran to make a wish, he is indeed no match for Zeno's guards now. But after using Super Shinran to make a wish, his strength has been qualitatively improved. Even Zeno's bodyguard may not be his opponent. Carlo, are you sure? Vados asked from the side. To be honest, he is really worried now. Although I have long thought that there would be such consequences. But when this consequence really came, she was still very uneasy and nervous. Zero, please ask for flowers. Do not worry. They are really strong. But it's not easy to defeat me. Just watch it carefully. Carlo smiled at Vados and said, this is a good opportunity for him to practice. Zeno's two guards joined forces, and their strength is not as simple as 1+1. After they join forces, their strength will definitely become stronger, because they have a tacit understanding that no one can compare with. With this tacit cooperation, the strength will naturally change qualitatively. But the stronger they get, the more excited Carlo gets. After all, he has the blood of Saiyan, a fighting nation, flowing through his body. Vados naturally believed Carlo and nodded. As for Whis on the side, he has always had confidence in Carlo. No one else has experienced the power of Carlo at his peak. But last time, he really felt it. That is a power that Angel simply cannot compare to. It was so powerful that he couldn't believe it. Even if Carlo couldn't defeat Zeno's two guards, there would be absolutely no problem defeating one of them. Call out. After the voice fell, Carlo's body flashed, appeared directly on the newly repaired arena. Zeno also nodded to the guard behind him. We understand, Lord Zeno. After the two guards nodded, they also jumped and appeared behind Carlo. Sir Carlo, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. And to have another fight is really a battle that people are looking forward to. I just don't know to what extent Master Carlo's power has increased now. One of the guards raised a smile and said to Carlo, this guard is naturally the guard who fought Taro last time. The last time he fought Carlo, he felt a long-lost excitement. After all, he hadn't fought for a long time and hadn't even relaxed his muscles. But the battle with Carlo made him experience the joy of fighting that he had not seen for a long time. Yes, it's definitely an exciting fight. It's just that the ending this time won't be the same as last time. Carlo smiled faintly and then said confidently, the last time I fought this guy, but he suffered a lot. Fortunately, during the battle with him, Carlo also successfully understood Ultra Instinct. So it's a blessing in disguise. But this time, it will definitely not end like that. Oh, yeah. It seems that Lord Carlo is very confident this time, which is a good thing. But it's not that easy to defeat us brothers. So Master Carlo had better not slack off at all. The guard continued to smile. Although Carlo has stronger talents than other gods of destruction, it seems that Sir Carlo is really confident. If this is the case, then we two brothers should learn from it. Another guard also said with a smile. Then their bodies suddenly flashed. The speed was astonishing, disappearing like a ghost. When they appeared again, the two of them punched Carlo out the door one after the other. 130. What a fast pace. It looks like both of them have used their full strength. Vados and Whis looked shocked when they saw their speed, and then said in great surprise. Zeno's two guards just now were so fast that they couldn't see clearly. At this speed, Lord Carlo seems to have no chance of winning, and the two of them chose to attack from both front and back. Even a perfect Ultra Instinct would not be able to cope with this kind of attack. But just when they were shocked, Carlo's body suddenly disappeared. The fists of the two men directly pierced through the afterimage of Carlo left in place. But Carlo's body had already appeared above the two of them. Then he pinched out two energy balls and shot them directly. The two of them didn't panic at all when they saw this. He retreated his body and easily dodged Carlo's attack. It's really incredible to me that Master Carlo was able to increase his strength to this level in such a short period of time, let alone the gods of destruction. Even our talents are not so powerful. The guard who had fought with Carlo before said with a surprised look on his face. Although they had easily dodged Carlo's attack just now, but I have to admit that Carlo's growth rate has been astonishingly fast. If it had been a few months ago, it would have been impossible for Carlo to dodge the attack just now. As for counterattack, that is even more nonsense. Well, it is indeed very powerful. Especially the talent and training makes us all feel ashamed. Another guard nodded in agreement and said, if you give them such a little time, it is absolutely impossible for their own strength to improve to this level. Master Carlo is indeed worthy of being favored by Master Zeno. But just when they were surprised, Carlo's body was already rushing towards them again. The speed is very fast. Carlo couldn't tell which one of them was which, because they looked so similar, almost exactly the same. Carlo directly launched a violent attack on one of them. The speed and strength increased to the extreme in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Under this violent attack, the body of the guard was constantly being repelled. No. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? His power was so powerful that he suppressed me to the point where I was unable to fight back. The guard had a look of extreme horror on his face. Apart from Master Zeno and Grand Priest, this was the first time he felt such palpitations. This stormy attack made him feel tremendous pressure. Carlo raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a slight movement. Such a battle really made him feel very comfortable. I didn't expect Zeno's bodyguards to be nothing more than this. Especially after seeing the shocked expression on his face, Carlo naturally felt extremely comfortable. Boom. Carlo charged up another blow and knocked back the guard with a heavy punch. It was directly knocked back dozens of feet. At this time, another guard also jumped up. He punched Carlo directly. Carlo's body flashed, and the guard's fist hit the ring hard. The terrifying force directly smashed a huge gap in the center of the arena. Carlo's body also jumped up. Huh. Carlo roared angrily, and purple energy balls continued to blast out from his palms, directly hitting the surface of the ring. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire arena began to explode and shake crazily. The bodies of the two guards were instantly swallowed up by the billowing smoke. What is Carlo doing? Such an indiscriminate bombing will only consume your own energy. What kind of level are Master Zeno's guards like? Such an attack will not work at all. Vados and Whis both frowned and said, obviously, this approach is very stupid. It will only waste your own power in vain and will not cause any harm to the opponent. The law of smoke and no harm is no joke. Yes, I wonder what Lord Carlo is thinking about. Whis also nodded, saying that he had no idea what Carlo was doing. Such an approach is impossible to use even in daily battles, not to mention fighting against Zeno's guards. And just when the entire arena was completely filled with smoke, Carlo's body swooped down directly, and his body was also swallowed up by the thick smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. Soon, explosions and low crashes were heard in the thick smoke. Boom, boom. And in the next second, the bodies of the two guards flew directly out of the thick smoke. Two long tails with thick smoke were trailing behind him. What? Are you kidding? The two of them were actually beaten away by Carlo. Zeno also looked at the two of them in surprise. He knew very well how strong his two guards were, even though he knew that Carlo's talent was very powerful. But he was actually able to equalize one with two, and was able to knock the two guards away. Are you kidding me? Carlo's power has become so powerful. Unbelievable. Even Grand Priest was completely shocked by Carlo's power. Just a human being. Even though he turned into the god of time and space a few days ago, he still didn't take Carlo seriously. But the strength Carlo showed at this moment was enough for him to face it. Hey, Grand Priest, actually Carlo seems to be very good. You see how talented he is, and his strength can actually surpass my two guards. What's more important is that he has only been training for a few years. If we give him some more time, maybe he can have power beyond us. It's actually not a loss for you to have such a talented little guy be your son-in-law, Zeno said to Grand Priest with a smile, although he usually looks very childish. But if you really treat him as a childish kid who doesn't understand anything, that would be a huge mistake. Although they are gods, they know more or less about human affairs. Otherwise, what they, the most cutting-edge gods, have done is a failure. Grand Priest's brows wrinkled slightly, but it soon stretched again. Compensation smiled and said, what Master Zeno said makes sense. Carlo's talent and strength are beyond doubt. He was so angry that Vados would approach Carlo, and that something like that happened between the two of them without notifying anyone. As the father of Vados, and as the Grand Priest in charge of all angels, he couldn't accept such a thing. If the two of them are not punished, wouldn't the position of Grand Priest become a decoration? It seems that with Carlo's current strength, it is a bit impossible to punish him. Zeno continued to smile and said zero, because at this time, the thick smoke in the arena had completely dissipated. Under the joint attack of the two, Carlo did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, he seemed to be standing further and further away. Zeno's two guards are retreating steadily under Carlo's crazy attack. It's so cool. The feeling of fighting against a master is indeed completely different. It felt like my blood was boiling like crazy when I was fighting the two of them, and every second, my strength seems to be increasing with the battle. Carlo was extremely excited. The battle did not cost him any physical energy. On the contrary, it was like being given a shot of chicken blood, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Every punch struck seemed to be more powerful than the last one. This also made Zeno's two guards look increasingly ugly. Unexpectedly, the two of them teamed up and couldn't defeat someone who had been the Gods of Destruction for several years? This is a huge blow to them, but that's the truth. Bang bang. At this moment, Carlo punched out again. He beat the two guards back dozens of feet, hit it all the way to the edge of the ring, and around Carlo's body, raging purple flames filled the air at some point. Damn it, this is actually happening. Are we two going to be defeated? The expressions of the two guards were extremely solemn. Although they have used all their strength, they even brought all their fighting skills to the extreme. But Carlo was too strong, and any fancy fighting skills didn't seem to work in front of him. That's all. The two of us have no chance of winning, the other one said a little discouragedly. It's not that he's not confident enough, but the strength gap between them and Carlo has been completely widened. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger Carlo will become. If this continues, what chance do they have of winning? And just then, Zeno, who was sitting on the throne, also jumped up. 1.4 jumped directly to the edge of the auditorium. He said to the two guards, "Okay, you two come back. This game can be terminated. You lost." This time, he was completely convinced by Carlo. Sure enough, smiles appeared on their faces. There is no doubt that Carlo has defeated them in this game. You two are also very strong. Although I have some advantages, it is not easy to defeat you. Although he defeated the two guards, he still had to give them a step down. His strength and his talent. Carlo smiled and said, "The other is for the same thing. None of them can compare." This isn't Zeno being partial. Even if the two of them continue to persevere, they will not be able to win the battle in the end. Much stronger than I imagined. Then he responded to Zeno and jumped up behind Zeno. For Carlo, I admire him from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, he also proved his strength and potential to Zeno and Grand Priest. Sir Carlo, this time we lost, and we are convinced that we lost. The guard who had fought Carlo before said with admiration. But the situation is already like this. 131. Grand Priest, Carlo won this match. What should we do now? Zeno, after calling the two guards back, looked at Grand Priest and asked. In fact, his meaning is very obvious. That is to fulfill the previous commitment, since Carlo won the game and showed his unparalleled talent. So if such a strong man is destroyed, it will be a pity for the entire resource space and time. In this case, let's follow Zeno-sama's wishes. Let them be together. Grand Priest could only nod helplessly and said. Even Zeno spoke, so what else could he say? And even though Master Zeno had just asked in a questioning tone, how many people dared to resist what he said? Yeah, I think so too. If Grand Priest doesn't refuse, then we will follow the previous agreement. Make an exception and let Carlo and Vados be together. Actually, Carlo's talent is very powerful. You must already know this, right? Zeno said to Grand Priest with a smile, although he knew that Grand Priest must still be unhappy. But when things got to this point, he was unwilling to sacrifice Carlo. It's not easy to meet a god with such a powerful talent. If you just destroy him like this is something he doesn't want to see. After all, the other gods of destruction are really disappointing. As for those Supreme Kai, they are even more weak. Now that Lord Zeno has spoken, what else can I say? Then just do as you say. It's true that Lord Carlo is incredibly strong, and Dos follows him. It seems good. Grand Priest nodded, albeit helplessly. But if you think about it carefully, it seems good. As long as he can abandon the old ideas in his heart, there is nothing he can't accept. Carlo, Vados, why don't you two hurry up and thank Grand Priest? Zeno immediately said to the two of them. Thank you, Grand Priest. Thank you, Master Zeno. Carlo and Vados immediately saluted the two of them and expressed their sincere thanks. Although Carlo had some grudges against Zeno and Grand Priest before, or he didn't trust them at all, but now it seems that they are not as bad as imagined, and he seems to cherish himself quite a lot. That's it. If they treat others well, at least they treat me well. Perhaps there are rules for the life and death of all things. Even if it's me, there's no need to deliberately change it. Carlo felt relieved at this time. He did think about rebelling against Zeno and Grand Priest before. Unexpectedly, Zeno would defend him so much today. It can be seen that Zeno really appreciates him. Otherwise, a god who stands at the highest point of the universe. There is no need to take care of yourself at all. Carlo, treat Vados well. If you let me know that you are not good to Vados, I will not forgive you. Although you have great power now, you are still far from surpassing me. Grand Priest looked at Carlo and said seriously. It is undeniable that Carlo is indeed very strong now. Even Zeno's bodyguards are no match for him. But Grand Priest is known as the most powerful existence in the dimension. Even in all the dimensions of time and space, there are only a handful of people who can surpass him in strength. So he has the capital and the strength to say this. Yes, I definitely won't. Carlo nodded immediately and replied. It wasn't because of what Grand Priest told him, but since he has chosen Vados, he will definitely treat Vados well in the future. Vados almost lost his life following him if he hadn't treated Bardo badly. That is indeed a bit unreasonable. After a few more casual chats, Carlo and Vados said goodbye to Zeno and Grand Priest. Then he left Zeno Temple directly and returned to Earth. Everyone is worried about Carlo. But after seeing Carlo come back safely, I finally felt relieved. Oh, Master Carlo, sister. You two are really serious too. Such a major thing happened. But you didn't tell me at all. Didn't even think to tell me about it. But fortunately, there is no danger today, was said with a horrified look on his face. To know this, if it were other gods of destruction today, maybe it would have been cleared out on the spot. Even Master Carlo, if he didn't have great strength today. Basic Zeno-sama's guard. It is estimated that he will also give an explanation at the Zeno Temple today. This is no small thing. Okay, Vados and I both know we were wrong. Next time if anything happens, I will discuss it with you first, okay? Carlo was also in a particularly good mood, and then said to Whis with a smile. I originally thought that if I went to Wuzuji today, I might not be able to come back smoothly. Unexpectedly, not only did he come back safely today, and Zeno and Grand Priest have fully agreed on the matter between him and Vados. If this was the case, he would no longer be able to think of resisting Zeno and Grand Priest in the future. Maybe even make him the new Zeno. It may not be the life he wants. Being a god of time and space and gods of destruction seems to be a free and easy thing. That's pretty much it, Whis said proudly. At this time, Vados suddenly smiled and said to Carlo, Do you know why Grand Priest asked you to treat me well? After finishing speaking, he winked playfully. I don't know why. Carlo asked, pretending of course. Not many people actually know that Angel is Grand Priest's child. Maybe it's because Carlo hasn't been a Gods of Destruction for a long time. Whis didn't mention this to him. So in the opinion of Vados and Whis, Carlo doesn't know about this. I just know you don't know. Let me tell you, all our angels are actually Grand Priest's children. He is my father, so he naturally hopes you will treat me well. So no matter how strong you become in the future, you can never bully me. Do you understand? Vados said with some pride. Having the most powerful man in one dimension as a father is indeed something to be proud of. Yeah, I know. Carlo also nodded perfunctorily. This disappointed Vados and Whis. At the same time, they also had some doubts. Did Carlo know about this before? Otherwise, why would you act so perfunctory? Actually, it would be nice if time could stay at this moment forever. I hope nothing major happens again in the universe. This way we can live well in this world of gods of destruction. What do you think? Carlo glanced at Vados and Whis and said with a smile. Now it's certain that Zeno and Grand Priest have no ill intentions towards him, even less murderous. Therefore, Carlo feels that the strength still needs to continue to improve. But there is no need to be so anxious. There is probably no one in the universe that can surpass Zeno and Grand Priest yet. Such a simple life seems pretty good. Well, Master Carlo is right. Being able to eat delicious food every day and stay with you is a relatively happy thing for me. The idea of Whis is also very simple. You can eat some delicacies from the earth every day, then find a few people to talk to him. For an angel, this is a very happy thing. And Vados feels that as long as Carlo and delicious food are with him, it's the same no matter where you are. But things are often not as beautiful as they imagined. Within the next few hours, the gods of destruction from the other 7 universes came to the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe one after another. Then he expressed his gratitude to Carlo and 7th universe very respectfully. If it weren't for Carlo and the 7th universe, it is estimated that they have completely disappeared from this universe long ago. Not even a speck of dust will be left behind. Carlo also casually said a few words of thanks to the 7th universe Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. After all, his original purpose was not to rescue the other 7 universes, but because if they take out their selfish wishes, they are likely to be destroyed by Zeno and Grand Priest. He was also forced to do so. Otherwise, he will never use this precious wish-making opportunity to resurrect other universes. 517 After seeing that Carlo was quite polite to them. Every god of destruction is convinced of Carlo. He is powerful, yet so polite to those who are weaker than him. And he is so broad-minded that he can repay evil with kindness. This is something all their gods of destruction cannot do. So in the hearts of every gods of destruction, they are already convinced. Carlo is more suitable than them, and more qualified to become the god of time and space. And the 7 gods of destruction also secretly swore that if the 7th universe encounters any problems in the future, even if they risk their lives, they must maintain the safety of the 7th universe. Now each of the gods of destruction in these 7 universes has a different personality. Arrogant, lazy, rude, self-righteous. But every gods of destruction still has a righteous heart. They can become clear about right and wrong, right and wrong. I also understand the principle of repaying kindness by a drop of water with a spring of water. Just like that, the peaceful time passed day by day. He was confident that within 10 rounds, the 2 of them would be completely incapable of fighting. Zeno and Grand Priest in Zeno Temple looked very ugly indeed. With his ability, he is actually unable to enter this 13th universe. With his current strength, if he fights Zeno's guards again. But these days he suddenly discovered. Instead, only one 13th universe was restored. Carlo Shurtion insists on training, and in his spare time, he also takes Vados to wander around the Earth. Just these few days. If you just restore those 6 universes, there will actually be nothing wrong at all. And Carlo's strength has also made further breakthroughs. Even the 6 universes that were destroyed by you have been restored. And this universe is very strange. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. The internal structure of this universe is even more unclear. Grand Priest said with an extremely solemn expression. The 6 universes that were originally restored were not really restored. Instead, a steady stream of evil aura is constantly being released from this 13th universe. Master Zeno, it seems that the last wish Broly made not only restored the 7 universes. 132. He could feel that the birth of this 13th universe might cause something huge to happen in the universe. Well, I feel Grand Priest too. Not even my ability can enter this 13th universe to check it out. And I've tried it just now, and my purging ability seems to be unable to purge this 13th universe. Zeno said with a very ugly face. He didn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, even after the Tournament of Power, Broly's wish restored the other 6 universes. But now it should be 6 universes. And as Zeno, who has mastered the laws of this universe, he should be able to destroy any universe at will. But the problem now is, there are not 6 universes after the restoration. Instead, it became 1. Moreover, he could not penetrate into this restored universe, and it was even more impossible to destroy it. You must know that there is no universe or thing in this universe that he cannot destroy. What? Even you, Zeno-sama, can't clear it? After Grand Priest heard this, a look of extreme horror appeared on his face. Master Zeno is the embodiment of the laws of this universe. As long as it's within these rules, there's absolutely nothing he can't eliminate. But now, Master Zeno actually told him that this 13th universe suddenly appeared, and his cleaning ability was useless. This is simply too shocking. In hundreds of millions of years, he had never heard such shocking news. Yes. It seems like the random competition we held this time has caused a lot of trouble, Zeno said with a very solemn expression. Perhaps this time, it will be a huge catastrophe for all dimensional universes. Grand Priest's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't speak, because he no longer knew what to say. The emergence of this 13th universe. It will be a catastrophe, and a very huge catastrophe. Grand Priest, don't publicize this matter yet. Let's observe quietly for a while to see what went wrong. Zeno could only say to Grand Priest. Or maybe they are worrying too much. Before this matter was dealt with by other gods, the past had been cleared away by the 2 of them. After all, one is Zeno and the other is Priest. They possess the most powerful power and unrivaled laws in the world. Grand Priest nodded. In this way, time began to pass day by day. Carlo's daily work is basically training and traveling with Vados. When I have nothing to do, I play poker with Vados. During this period of time, I lived a very carefree life. The 7th universe is basically finished. Carlo also took Vados and Whis to other universes. To be honest, even though I traveled to the Dragon Ball world, although he has very strong strength, but he has never been to other universes, so Carlo is naturally very curious. What do the other universes look like, and how are they different from the 7th universe? He was very curious about these. During this period of free time, I can go to other universes. And on this day, on the Earth of the 7th universe, 2 uninvited guests suddenly arrived. One of them is wearing an old battle suit from planet Vegeta. The other one next to him also wore very similar clothes. The moment these 2 people appeared on Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were training in the spiritual time room, immediately felt these 2 huge auras. Such a powerful aura. What's going on with these 2 auras? They're so strong. Vegeta and Son Goku suddenly stopped training. Then a look of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. Except for Master Carlo, they have never felt such a huge aura. Just the moment the breath appeared, they felt a great sense of oppression. This is not Lord Carlo's aura. These 2 auras are very huge and somewhat evil. Trunks spoke immediately. Master Carlo's aura is definitely not like this. Moreover, the auras of these 2 people are not gods at all. Very, very evil. Even the Demon King Dapura seems not worth mentioning in front of them. It's Saiyan's anger. While everyone was panicking, Vegeta said with a trembling body. Yes, as Vegeta's prince, he can feel that these 2 breaths are Saiyan's breath. But this is impossible. They were the only surviving Saiyans. There is absolutely no chance of a redundant Saiyan. But why? These 2 breaths are obviously Saiyans. Even Broly's body started to tremble. There were even glistening drops of sweat on his face. Broly, what's going on with you? Why do you look so nervous? Hertz quickly asked as he ran away, although he could also feel the extremely huge aura. But he didn't act as panicked as Saiyans like Son Goku and Broly. I feel very uncomfortable. After these 2 breaths appeared, they seemed to have greatly suppressed my blood, and my heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Son Goku on the side said with an extremely solemn expression. But even so, he never felt fear. When he met any powerful opponent in the past, even when he saw Zeno and Grand Priest, he never felt this way. I feel this way too. The body also began to tremble uncontrollably. I'm a little curious about this store. He could only feel the powerful aura, and every opponent is enough to keep her on the verge of death. But this time, my body started to tremble, feeling like never before. But I can't feel that overwhelming sense of oppression. Broly looked at his palms, which were shaking uncontrollably. Hertz looked at several people with very ugly faces and said, even when he really faced death, he was very open-minded. Whenever I met any opponent in the past, Nanyuo never felt afraid. Growing up, he encountered countless opponents. But this time, he actually felt fear. What kind of terrifying monster will it be? You guys are already trembling with fear before you even start fighting. 133. Sir Carlo said a few days ago that they are going to travel to other universes. I guess he's not in Universe 7 right now. How about we go over first and see what's going on? Hertz looked at the nervous people and said, each of them possesses very powerful power. Especially Son Goku and Broly. The power of both of them far exceeds even Hertz. If both of them are so nervous, then it is obvious that the opponent they are about to face this time is definitely very powerful. It may even be an existence that they cannot compete with at all. Come over and have a look. Son Goku also nodded seriously, trying hard to calm down his emotions. But that huge sense of oppression made him unable to calm down. After Son Goku casts instant transmission, then he appeared directly in a deserted valley. Opposite them, 2 strange figures appeared. Sure enough, it's Saiyan. He's actually wearing the old Frisia Legion battle uniform. What is going on? Is it an existing Saiyan? Vegeta immediately recognized the 2 people in front of him as Saiyan. Although both of them wear masks, their hairstyles and the tails wrapped around their waists are quite different. It is the best symbol of Saiyan. Son Goku, look, that guy's hairstyle seems to be exactly the same as yours. Could it be your brother or something? Hertz quickly asked. Because among the 2 Saiyans in front of me, one has the same hairstyle as Son Goku. Even the height and shape are similar. Brother? I don't know either. There used to be an older brother, Raditz, but we got rid of him. I don't know if I have any other brothers or brothers. Son Goku quickly shook his head and said, "They said that Raditz was his brother, but he didn't know whether he was. But the guy in front of me has exactly the same hairstyle as him. There is indeed that possibility. But it is also possible that, just like the previous Zamasu, 743, it just occupies the body of Son Goku in other time and space. Dad, could he be just like Zamasu before? Occupied the body of my father in other time and space." Son Gohan also immediately raised such a question. After all, this has happened before. So it is very normal for Son Gohan to have such questions and speculations. No, you are wrong. Those two guys are absolutely pure Saiyan and very pure. Vegeta immediately shook his head and said, "As Saiyon's prince, he is still very sensitive to Saiyan. The two guys in front of me are definitely not occupying Carlo's body, but Saiyan survived. But why they can have such huge pressure, Vegeta can't imagine. Because a few decades ago, Saiyan was weak. Even becoming a Super Saiyan is unprecedented. So why are these two guys in front of me so powerful? Then, who could that be?" Everyone's expressions were very solemn. If it doesn't occupy Son Goku's body, why is it so similar to Son Goku? Even the height and shape are almost the same. Carlo, that guy is probably your father Bardock. Because according to my memory, you look exactly like your father Bardock, Vegeta said immediately. But he quickly denied this statement. Because in 737 AD, Frieza directly destroyed the entire Saiyan planet in order to prevent the birth of Super Saiyan. As a warrior, Bardock was the first to bear the brunt, and was the only Saiyan to resist Frieza. But the final result was naturally completely destroyed by Frieza. So the guy in front of me definitely cannot be Bardock. My dad, Son Goku, had a surprised look on his face. He had almost no memory of his father. Never even seen it before. At this time, the two Saiyans on the opposite side saw Son Goku and Vegeta appear, with a hint of surprise on their faces. "Oh, so many Saiyans survived?" Saiyan, the tall man, said calmly. "Unexpectedly, after hundreds of millions of years, Saiyan has not yet become extinct. It's just that the blood in their bodies is already very weak. I have to say, it's really embarrassing for Saiyan. Hey Bardock, that guy looks exactly like you. Are you related? Or is he your son?" Saiyan asked again calmly. "No, I don't know him." "Saiyan looks a lot alike." Another Saiyan spoke calmly. "Obviously, he is the Bardock just mentioned. That is Son Goku's biological father. Is that so? Then destroy them completely. There is no need for this seventh universe to exist anymore." Another Saiyan said in a cold tone. The purpose of their return this time is to take revenge. Revenge against all the universe, revenge against Zeno and the Grand Priest. "Amosi, have you forgotten what my lord said before? Don't destroy the Earth-Wife universe, and don't kill the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. Because this universe must be left to adults to solve." Bardock glanced at Amosi aside and said coldly. Hearing Bardock's words, Amosi frowned. He was very unconvinced by that adult. However, he possesses very powerful power and possesses various powerful magics. Therefore, even as the ancestor of Saiyan, he cannot fight against that master. "TCH, I can't destroy this universe, but it shouldn't be a problem to kill a few people, right? Those guys seem to be pretty strong. Let me take good care of my descendants." Amosi's eyes showed cold murderous intent, trapped in that dark place for billions of years. He hasn't killed anyone in a long time, and the guys in front of me seem to be pretty good, just enough to become an opponent and let him relax his muscles. Bardock said nothing, because he does have that right. What that adult meant was to keep the seventh universe and the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. As for the others, they can do as they please. Whoosh! The moment the voice fell, the bodies of Amosi and Bardock reconnected, and appeared in front of Son Goku and the others. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Earth?" Although the feeling of oppression became more and more intense, Son Goku still stepped forward and asked in a serious tone. No matter how strong the other party is, no matter who they are, if he wants to do something detrimental to the Earth, he will never agree to it. Vegeta and Broly followed closely behind. There is definitely a tough battle to be fought today. It is even possible that they will be completely killed by these guys in front of them. Me, I am the father of all Saiyans. You can also call it the ancestor of Saiyan. Amosi pointed to the tip of his nose with his thumb, and then said extremely proudly, he was the first ever Saiyan. So calling him Saiyan's father is not an exaggeration at all. What? Saiyan ancestor? After hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta were completely shocked. If this guy was the ancestor of Saiyan, wouldn't he have lived for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years? Although Saiyan lived much longer than Earthlings, it is possible to live to be 300 or 400 years old, but live for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. This is something they completely fail to understand. After all, even if Saiyan is strong, he is not a god. How could it be possible to live such a long time? Amosi was obviously very satisfied with Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions. But even so, he will not let these guys go. Then, what is your purpose of coming to Earth? Son Goku continued to ask with a frown. Then he glanced at the man with the same hairstyle as himself. It always felt like there seemed to be a mysterious connection between them. It's very simple. Our goal is to kill you completely. Such a weak Saiyan really embarrasses me. If this is the case, then you will be completely destroyed. Amosi smiled coldly. Then the breath began to burst out from the body. His aura is very similar to Broly. The whole body is filled with that kind of grass-green breath. Just like Broly's anger, he is also a special Saiyan. It seems that today's battle is very dangerous, Carlo, Vegeta said with a tight frown. If this guy has the same bloodline as Broly, so obviously, he must be more powerful than Broly. Having lived for hundreds of millions of years, it is already considered an existence at the level of an old monster, and its strength is naturally unfathomable. And now, Lord Carlo is not in this universe either. GG. At this moment, Broly started to crack his teeth. A grass-green aura also erupted from his body. With a roar, Broly directly transformed into Super Saiyan's full power form. Although he was very nervous before, but as the legendary Super Saiyan, he is never timid when facing a real battle. I never thought that after hundreds of millions of years, there would still be a Saiyan with such pure blood. It's really good. It makes me reluctant to kill you. Broly Amosi was also very surprised to see Broly Amosi transform into his super form. However, this will make him more excited. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta, Trunks, Son Gohan, and Son Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan 4 forms. There is no need for them to show their full strength before seeing the strength of their opponents. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad. It really surprises me that you can reach such a level. The corners of Amosi's mouth revealed an extremely penetrating arc. It can be seen that he is excited because of the strength of Broly and the others. Bardock on the side frowned slightly. Then he said to Amosi, "Leave the Saiyan named Carlo to me." Because decades ago, the son he gave away with his own hands was also named Carlo. You can tell by his appearance that the Carlo in front of you is his son. He needs to take a good look at Carlo's improvement over the past few decades. After all, his combat power at birth was only 2. This is garbage among Saiyan recognized by planet Vegeta. It is an existence that can never grow into a warrior. But now seeing the burst of power, Carlo said, he was indeed his son of Bardock, and he felt that Carlo had more powerful power that he had not yet unleashed. 134. Okay, don't show mercy, Bardock. If you show mercy, you should know what the consequences will be. Amosi on the side glanced at Bardock and said casually and coldly, "Stop talking nonsense to me, Amosi. You are not qualified to dictate what I want to do." Bardock also glanced at Amosi indifferently. Although this guy claims to be the ancestor of Saiyan, but Bardock didn't take him seriously. This is a world where strength is respected. Even if you are an old monster who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, if you don't have great strength, you are just a poor reptile. This is why Bardock doesn't take Amosi seriously. You be asterisk 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 D. Amosi looked angry, but he didn't get angry. Although he hates Bardock's self-righteousness, but he possesses extremely powerful power. This makes Amosi very afraid. At this moment, Bardock also took off his mask from his face. Sure enough, a face exactly like Son Goku's appeared. The facial features and edges and corners are almost identical. As for hairstyle, it's completely like looking in the mirror. The only difference is that Bardock's expression is more indifferent, and there is a cross scar on the left cheek. This further accentuated his indifferent temperament. While what? Exactly like Goku. The moment they saw Bardock again, everyone's faces were filled with unparalleled shock. I didn't expect that the guy in front of me had exactly the same hairstyle as Son Goku. They have to look exactly the same. It's almost like it was copied from the same mold. He actually looks exactly like his father. What on earth is going on? Son Gohan murmured to himself. Carlot, he is your father Bardock. He was also a very brave warrior among the Saiyans in the past. I didn't expect that he was still alive, Vegeta said with an extremely solemn expression. You know, everyone thought Bardock had been killed by Frieza. In that case, Bardock had no chance of survival. But when he heard Amosi call out the name Bardock just now, Vegeta knew it. The guy in front of me is Carlo's father. In other words, just by looking at their appearance, you already know what happened. But he was curious. How did Bardock escape from Frieza's hands? And judging from his current appearance, he should be very powerful. Even the so-called Saiyan ancestor, he didn't seem to take it seriously. My dad. My grandpa? Son Goku and Son Gohan were stunned at the same time. Although they looked the same, I didn't expect that the guy in front of me is actually Son Goku's father. You know, Son Goku has never been impressed by the name Dad. Now he actually has an extra father. Moreover, it seems that they are still appearing on their opposite side as their enemies. Is he really my son, Carlo? He has actually grown to this point. It seems that he was underestimated before, Bardock said with a faint smile on his lips. If you were my dad, please don't do anything to harm the earth. This is the hometown where I grew up, and I will never allow anyone to harm it. After a moment of surprise, Son Goku said to Bardock, even if the other party is his father, if he dares to harm the earth, then I will never spare him. Carlo, many things are beyond your control. It is undeniable that you are much stronger than I thought. But with your little strength, you can't stop us at all, Carlotte said calmly. And behind them, there is a very powerful adult. That was the figure he and Amosi needed to look up to. It is estimated that even Zeno and Grand Priest in this universe may not be able to defeat him. Then try it. Son Goku clenched his fist tightly and said to Bardock, he is ambitious and worthy of being my son, but your strength is too weak. After Bardock's voice fell, his fists suddenly clenched. The moment the golden flames exploded, it also directly transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form. For a pure Saiyan, it is not difficult to become Super Saiyan 4. And Bardock also received special guidance. And his strength is definitely not just Super Saiyan 4. No one was surprised by Bardock's transformation, because a very strong sense of oppression can be felt from his body. That means he has great power. Super Saiyan 4 is definitely not Bardock's limit. Bring it on. Son Goku gritted his teeth, then dodged his body and launched an active attack. At this time, on the other side, Vegeta and Trunks had also attacked Amosi. Although it was 6 against 1, Amosi didn't take them seriously at all. Boom. At this time, Son Goku and Bardock had a collision. Then the two bodies fell back and retreated from a distance of more than 10 feet. Not bad, Carlo. The power has become so powerful. Bardock was unimpressed and smiled afterward. He rushed towards Son Goku again. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed throughout the valley. The entire earth is shaking constantly at this moment. It's like a doomsday scene. The battle rages on. Bardock and Son Goku seem to be evenly matched. For a while, I'm afraid no one can defeat anyone. Of course, neither of them showed their true strength. So no one knows who will win in the end. Son Goku doesn't know what kind of strength Bardock still hides. But this time in Zeno Temple, Grand Priest and Zeno stared at a projection, and the picture played on it was exactly the picture of Son Goku and Bardock fighting. Master Zeno, that guy is Amosi. It was the first Saiyan of Universe 13 before those 6 universes were destroyed. Eons ago, he possessed a power not weaker than Gods of Destruction. I can feel that he is very powerful now and has completely surpassed Angel and the others. Grand Priest frowned and said to Zeno beside him, if it were just Bardock and Amosi, as a god official, he would not take them seriously at all. Even if they have power that rivals or even surpasses that of Angel, I can also completely destroy them in an instant. But the problem now is that there is a very terrifying power hidden in the bodies of these two guys. This power seems to be very similar to the evil aura of Universe 13. So according to his speculation, Amosi and the Saiyan named Bardock both came from the 13th universe. He was also the one who was resurrected this time. I also feel that the one named Bardock seems to be very powerful. If my feeling is correct, that Bardock should be no less powerful than Carlo. It's unbelievable that that black Asian can actually become so tall. Zeno also said very seriously. That Amosi is obviously not as powerful as Bardock, but that's not what they worry about most. If there are only 2 of them, you can make them disappear completely by clenching your fist. But what he is more concerned about is the 13th universe now. because he knows that there may be a very terrifying boss in Universe 13. Both Amosi and Burdock should be his subordinates. From now on, more guys like this will appear to disrupt this dimension. Now what? Although Son Goku and Broly are both very powerful, there is still a huge difference between them and Angel. The strength of Burdock and Amosi has obviously surpassed Angel, and there is no way Goku and the others can stop them. The only one who can stop them too now is Carlo. Grand Priest spoke. It's not like the two of them can't take action. But once he takes action, the big man hidden in the 13th universe may not be able to sit still before figuring out the other party's identity. As the two most powerful gods in this dimension, they will never take the lead. Zero, please give me flowers. Grand Priest, you are right. Only Carlo can deal with them now. Zeno also nodded and continued. Carlo is very powerful. It's just right for dealing with these guys. After all, if they have to deal with all these little miscellaneous things, then Grand Priest and Zeno are too embarrassed. If that's the case, then I'll inform Carlo to come back first. He seems to be traveling in Universe 11. Grand Priest spoke again. Although he didn't like Carlo much before, he even wanted to kill Carlo because of what happened with Vados. But now it seems that Carlo's role is still very huge. The other gods of destruction are now of no use at all. As for myself and Master Zeno, we are the top figures in the universe. If the real big boss hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have gone out to deal with the minor characters. And Carlo does exactly that, because they are quite powerful. For this Luo, it should be a one-time experience. Call me back. I guess there will be more guys like that besides Amosi and Burdock. After the two discussed it for a while, Grand Priest directly took out his angel staff, then started contacting Vados and Whis. At this time in the distant 11th universe, Carlo had a great time wearing Vados, and Whis followed behind like a light bulb, with a bored look on his face. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come with us. Stay on Earth and play with Trunks and the others, and eat delicious food. Not happy? But there is no regret medicine in the world. Now that it has come out, we can only endure it. At this moment, the gems on the angel staffs of Vados and Whis suddenly flashed. Well, Father is looking for us. I don't know what's going on. Vados looked at Carlo and said. Now she has nothing to hide from Carlo. And Carlo also knew that Grand Priest was their father. Put it through. There must be something important, otherwise the God of Heaven wouldn't contact you. Carlo said to Vados. Now that the incident between him and Vados has passed, Grand Priest will not embarrass them. Contact them now. There must be something important. Vados also connected to the chat immediately. Vados, Whis, Carlo, something terrible is happening right now on the Earth of the 7th universe. Two very powerful Saiyans have appeared on Earth. Their strength is beyond what Broly and Son Goku can handle. So you should go back to Universe 7 immediately to stop them. Grand Priest got straight to the point and spoke very concisely and clearly. If the delay continues, Son Goku and the others will most likely be killed for this. If those guys are killed, it may not be so easy to resurrect them. What? Carlo's expression changed. Two powerful Saiyans actually appeared on Earth? And even Broly and the others can't handle it? No joke. He had never heard of such a powerful Saiyan. It has never appeared in Dragon Ball Super or in future time and space. Broly is the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. The strength at this moment exceeds most of the gods of destruction. What kind of Saiyan can defeat them? But Carlo didn't have time to think too much, so he replied, I understand, Mr. Grand Priest. We will go back immediately. Then hung up the call. But Carlo still couldn't figure it out. Which two Saiyans can actually possess such powerful power? Vados and Whis also looked confused, because the universe that has Saiyan is only the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Except for Kair, all the Saiyans in the 6th universe are weak. Even Kair is vulnerable in front of Broly. So, who will it be? But there was no time to think too much. Carlo knew that he had to return to the 7th universe immediately. Look who he is. He dares to cause trouble in the 7th universe. 135. In order to save some time, Carlo directly found the Gods of Destruction Vermut of the 11th universe. Ask him to bring Supreme Kai over so that he can instantly transmit directly to the 7th universe. Now Carlo felt for the first time that as a god of time and space, he didn't even master instant transmission. This is indeed a very shameful thing. However, Universe 11's Gods of Destruction Vermut is actually very good at the moment. He had great respect for Carlo and immediately called for Supreme Kai from the 11th universe. Then through Supreme Kai's instant transmission, they came to the 7th universe. Gods of Destruction Vermut from Universe 11, Angel Margarita also came with her. After knowing that the 7th universe was in trouble, they also wanted to do their part. After all, if it weren't for Carlo, their 11th universe would have ceased to exist long ago. Woohoo! After casting instant transmission, in a moment, Carlo and the others had arrived on Earth in the 7th universe and appeared on the battlefield. It's Mr. Carlo. After seeing Carlo and the others coming back, Trunks was the first to shout excitedly. Then everyone looked at Carlo. There was excitement on his face, because the enemy he faced was ridiculously strong. They know that this is not an existence that they can handle. Lord Carlo can appear now, which is like a reassurance for them. Even if they can't win, these two guys in front of them are absolutely impossible to be Lord Carlo's opponents. Great, Master Carlo is back. Son Gohan also shouted excitedly. They are fighting too hard at the moment. Even if the 4 Saiyans and Hertz joined forces, they did not take any advantage. Everyone's face was filled with excitement about the surgery at this moment. And Carlo just showed up. After seeing those two people, he was also extremely surprised. That's Bardock and Amosi? Carlo stared at the two people with a surprised look on his face, and then continued to mutter to himself. How could it be the two of them? Wasn't Bardock already killed? And Amosi is also a legendary figure. This surprised Carlo. Bardock is Son Goku's father and a relatively brave Saiyan warrior. But logically speaking, Bardock was killed on planet Vegeta more than 40 years ago, and he's just a low-level warrior. How could he have such a different experience? Everyone knows that when he was in his 30s, Bardock only had 10,000 points of combat power. It shows that his talent is not outstanding. Now I can actually fight Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku back and forth. More importantly, this guy seems to have a stronger power hidden in his body. How did he come back to life? How do you have such great power? Carlo was curious. Of course, the so-called Saiyan ancestor Amosi also made her extremely surprised. It's obviously just a legendary figure, or even just a legend among fans. How could it appear in reality? And he also possesses very powerful power. After Broly and Vegeta joined forces, they were unable to hurt him at all. Sir Carlo, from the look of you, you seem to know those two Saiyans, right? Whis and Margarita looked at Carlo's expression and knew that Carlo must know them both. However, there was an inner Asian there that Angel didn't even recognize. How did Master Carlo meet him? Because they are all Saiyan. I have heard their legends before. I really didn't expect to be able to see it with my own eyes today. I'm just a little surprised, Carlo said calmly. The appearance of the two people really surprised him. And after being surprised, Carlo seemed to feel an evil force from their bodies. This kind of power is definitely different from Saiyan's kind of evil, but demonic energy. It seems that the appearance of these two guys should hide a huge conspiracy. Of course, this is just his current guess. The two of them are definitely not real bosses. Behind them, there must be more powerful characters. It seems that this universe and even the entire dimension are not peaceful anymore. It seems that both of them are very powerful, especially the one over there. I didn't expect that even if Broly, Vegeta, and Hertz worked together, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. According to my speculation, that guy's strength has probably reached the level of Angel. Vados looked at Amosi who was fighting and said, the battle in front of them really made them, Angel, extremely surprised. In fact, regardless of whether they are in the 6th universe or the 7th universe, in their eyes, Saiyan is just an ordinary barbarian nation. Of course, this was their previous understanding. But now more and more Saiyans have become so powerful. Let's not talk about Master Carlo first. Suddenly, these two Saiyans appeared in front of them, both possessing unparalleled terrifying power. It's very possible that it has reached the level of Angel. This was something they had never thought about before. Can Saiyan surpass Angel? It's simply a dream. Is it really the time for Saiyan to rise? It's really amazing. I don't know what happened to make such a powerful guy appear. The gods of destruction seem to have become worthless in their eyes. Margarita on the side also spoke. As for the virtue of gods of destruction, his face is very ugly. They were originally these proud gods of destruction, but now so many humans have surpassed them. This is naturally a great humiliation for gods of destruction. But this is the fact before us. In everyone's surprised eyes, the battle between Son Goku and Bardock has entered a fierce stage. Carlo, I know you still hide your power. Use all your power. With your Super Saiyan 4 form, there's no way you can defeat me. After Bardock knocked Carlo away with one punch, he said with a faint smile, He could feel the power of God hidden in Carlot's body, so he was also very curious. What level of strength has your youngest son reached? You must be hiding your power too. You also show your strength. Let's have a good fight. Honestly, it's a really exciting fight. Son Goku also raised a smile on his lips and said to Bardock. He didn't know why, but he always felt very comfortable when fighting Bardock on the opposite side. And he had an intuition that Bardock seemed different from the other Saiyan. He even doubted that Bardock would harm the Earth at all. But this is just his guess. It's hard to say what the specific results will be. Want to see my power? If that's the case, then you should keep an eye on me, Carlo. The power I have now is far beyond what you can imagine. Bardock raised the corner of his mouth, showing a confident arc, but his eyes are sharper than Son Goku. After finishing speaking, I suddenly felt confused. A low roar came directly from his throat. Huh. Along with the earth-shattering roar, the entire ground began to tremble crazily. Cracks like spider webs spread in all directions. The cracked ground surface is already suspended in mid-air. Red lightning kept falling from the sky, and it felt like it was the end of the world. And Bardock's aura continues to grow stronger. Rumble. The surrounding mountains began to collapse. Good. What a terrifying smell. How did that guy Bardock train? And how did he become so powerful? The moment he felt the breath released by Bardock, Vegeta's brows instantly frowned. In his impression, Bardock was just a low-level warrior with good talent. He would never reach the heights of himself and Carlotte. But I didn't expect the aura he just burst out in an instant. It was completely beyond his expectation and knowledge. So strong. Is this Grandpa's anger? Even from such a distance, you can still feel the terrifying oppression. Son Gohan was also extremely horrified. He has never felt this kind of terrifying aura, even from Master Carlo. What a powerful breath. Is this really a breath that humans can have? Damn it. Absolutely impossible. Hertz has also been completely fooled. You must know that he used to charge the seeds of the universe just to obtain powerful energy stars. But I didn't expect that so much energy was gathered. He can't compare to a Saiyan. Moreover, this guy only has Saiyan's chi in his body and no other breath. This shows that he relied on the strength obtained through his own training and did not use opportunistic methods. I have been completely shocked by Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe of 2.0 because of the power exuding from Bardock's body at this time. No weaker than Angel. You must know that Angel's combat ability is as high as a ceiling to them. Unexpectedly, this Saiyan is actually more powerful than Angel. This is completely beyond their imagination, and under everyone's extremely shocked eyes. Bardock's appearance has changed dramatically. The body is surrounded by raging flames. At this time, his hair had completely turned white and was swaying in the wind. Unlike Son Goku's Ultra Instinct, Bardock's hair is not silver, but pure white. What's even more eye-catching is that a blood-red mark appeared on Bardock's heart. It looks like an inverted A, but there are two levers inside. No one knows what kind of transformation this is and what is going on, but Carlo knows it very well, and it shocked him extremely. White God? No, it should be said to be the god of all Sai. Carlo's brows furrowed tightly. Although I have long felt that Bardock still has hidden power, but I didn't expect that this guy could actually turn into a complete Saiyan god. 136. What's going on? That guy has actually reached the realm of God, and is even stronger than us. Saiyan, what kind of race are they? Vados and Margarita were completely shocked. Although they are angels, the power shown by Bardock at this moment indeed far surpasses their angels. More importantly, at this moment, the aura exuding from Bardock's body has completely turned into the aura of God. Okay, so awesome. This world seems completely different from what I knew before. Gods of Destruction Vermut from the 11th universe had a look of horror on his face and muttered to himself. As a Gods of Destruction, in the past, in his understanding, it was almost impossible for humans to surpass the Gods of Destruction. Although the distance between their 11th universes Jiren and Gods of Destruction is very close. But if you want to truly reach the level of Gods of Destruction, it is not that simple. Moreover, Gods of Destruction hold the power of rules for a universe. It is definitely not an existence that humans can surpass. But I didn't expect that so many powerful humans would appear in such a short time. And most of them are Saiyan. I had only heard that the overall strength of humans in the 7th universe was very poor. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. 01 is for Vegeta and Broly. They were completely shocked and speechless. Of course, they also care about Mashi. I didn't have time to pay attention to it, just the stormy waves rolling in my heart. This powerful force is even more powerful than Lord Carlo. No, it can't be. It's so strong. Son Goku was also stunned, looking at Bardock in disbelief. Although he knew there was power hidden in his body, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. There is no doubt that he can never be Bardock's opponent. Balala. At this time, Bardock has become a full Sai God, with red lightning swirling all over his body. His hair has completely turned white, and his body is releasing the terrifying aura of God. Carlo was shocked at all. Although Bardock has turned into a full game god, it can also be called a white god form. But clearly he didn't turn on all the limits. I have just mastered this form and entered the entry level. But even so, Bardock's strength is still ridiculously strong, already possessing strength that far exceeds that of Angel. This shocked Carlo. But it's okay, even though Bardock and Wan Qian are both very strong. But if they really fight, the two of them are no match for Carlo. Carlo, use all your strength and let me see it. As my Bardock's son, I think you shouldn't be too bad. After becoming the white god, Bardock's lips curved with confidence. Then he said to Son Goku, although Carlo's combat power was only 2 when he was born, but you must know that he was also called a lower-level warrior before. Since he can reach such a level, then Carlo, his son, must also be able to reach a higher level. And looking at Carlo's appearance, it's obvious that he has completely inherited his excellent genes. Your transformation and strength really shocked me. If this is the case, then I will use all my strength. Son Goku also had a serious look on his face. He knew that Bardock was ridiculously strong. Even if you cast Ultra Instinct, you probably won't be able to defeat him. But for now he has no choice. If he wants to continue to protect this Earth, he must use his strongest power to defeat all enemies. Son Goku took a long breath, directly exiting the Super Saiyan 4 form. Then his eyes closed slightly. Brilliant spiritual energy instantly rose from around the body. Then, his eyes suddenly opened suddenly. At that moment, a silver-white crescent flashed across his eyes. The pupils turned directly to silver-gray, and the hair also turned silver-white, automatic without wind. Although it looks somewhat similar to Bardock, but it's completely different. Bardock's white god form is a transformation of Saiyan, but Son Goku's Ultra Instinct is a kind of divine realm. Realm and transformation are two completely different concepts. After casting Ultra Instinct, Son Goku's aura became extremely calm. It's like I have completely integrated into this space. This is, seeing Son Goku turn into Ultra Instinct. This surprised Bardock. It seems that Carlo's shape is somewhat similar to his, but not the same. Although Carlo also possesses the power of a god, the aura in his body is extremely calm. This is fundamentally different from the full Sai God form he currently masters. This kid Carlo is really good. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, he would be able to reach such a level and also master the power of God. Yes, he is indeed my Bardock's son. In his heart, Bardock has already affirmed Carlote. I also admire his son very much. You must know that when he was born, Carlo could only be treated like garbage because his combat power was too low. I didn't expect that Carlo would become so strong after decades. This is all my power, Ultra Instinct. Although I know that such power may still not be able to defeat you, I will definitely stop you. I will never allow anyone to harm the Earth, even if you are my father. Son Goku clenched his fists. Although his expression is still calm, his appearance is extremely indifferent. Yeah, I can't believe that Carlo's son is so affectionate and kind, but if you want to stop us, let alone you, even the gods of destruction over there will definitely not be able to. Bardock glanced at Carlo opposite him, and then said coldly, Gods of Destruction is indeed very powerful, but in front of them, he was simply vulnerable. It is no exaggeration to say that it can kill a Gods of Destruction in an instant, and their so-called destructive power has no effect on themselves. Then give it a try. Son Goku said with a calm expression. No matter what, he had to stop these two people today. Even if he can't stop them, Lord Carlo will definitely stop them. Perhaps Gods of Destruction is vulnerable in their eyes. But what they don't know is that Master Carlo is completely different from ordinary Gods of Destruction. Then let me see what you call Ultra Instinct, Carlo. The moment Bardock's voice fell, the body flashed out directly. The entire ground began to explode as Bardock moved. Call out. Bardock punches out with extra moves. As long as this punch hits Carlote, he will lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. However, Son Goku's body retreated slightly. He easily dodged Burdok's attack. Oh, it's so fast. It's really good, Burdok said in surprise. 137 He felt that Carlot's breath was very ordinary. Logically speaking, such an aura cannot evade his attack at all. But Carlotte not only escaped his attack, but also seemed to be very relaxed. This is indeed a bit unbelievable for him. But in surprise, Burdok once again launched an attack on Son Goku. His body flashed, and he was directly behind Son Goku. Then he punched out without hesitation. And Son Goku looked like he had eyes on his back, and his body suddenly moved more than 10 centimeters to the right. He easily dodged Burdok's attack once again. The characteristic of Ultra Instinct is that the body spontaneously avoids danger before the brain reacts. Oh, even though I was dodged again. It seems that I underestimated this kid Carlo a little too much. Faced with the attack that started to become more forceful and like a gust of wind, Son Goku obviously began to have difficulty coping with it. This also made Burdok get serious. Unexpectedly, he surprised Burdok. I originally thought that after becoming the all-game god, he would be able to defeat Carlo easily. He was directly punched in the chest by Burdok. 7 or 8 mountain peaks shattered in an instant. But now it seems that it is not that easy. Boom. The body was directly knocked hundreds of feet away. The two attacks just now were just to test Carlot's strength. Boo-hoo-hoo. 0 Even after using Ultra Instinct, he couldn't keep up with Burdok's speed at this moment. The speed is getting faster and faster, so it is getting stronger and stronger, Burdok said again in surprise. Boom boom boom. Soon, Burdok became angry and attacked Son Goku like a storm. In the next second, Son Goku couldn't dodge. 137. The severe pain in his chest made Son Goku's face look ugly. Although I knew there was a big gap between him and Burdok, I didn't expect that Burdok would become serious. Not even Ultra Instinct can dodge his attacks. If this continues, Son Goku has no chance of winning. Because even a perfect Ultra Instinct consumes a lot of physical energy. Damn it. Are you going to lose? I'm really unwilling. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his mood no longer as calm as before. The rapid consumption of physical energy made him more and more uneasy. However, Burdok didn't seem to want to give him a chance to breathe. His body flashed, and he was in front of Son Goku again. Another violent attack was launched. Although Son Goku can still dodge, his speed is getting slower and slower. But Burdok is getting faster and faster, and his strength is getting stronger. Bang bang bang. In the next second, 3 attacks accurately hit Son Goku's abdomen, chin, and chest. Directly knocked Son Goku away again. Son Goku reluctantly stood up again. His hands drooped naturally, and a scar appeared on the corner of his mouth. The clothes on his body were also in tatters. Then he tore off the tattered martial arts uniform. Keep your eyes firmly on Burdok. Give up, Carlo. Your resistance will have no effect, and you may even be killed by me. Looking at Son Goku, whose eyes were still firm, Burdok said calmly. However, I feel proud of such a son in my heart. If you are determined to give up the fight once you are at a disadvantage, then he is not worthy of being a Saiyan at all, and even less worthy of being his Burdok son. Son Goku did not speak, but his eyes became more determined. As long as he still breathes, he will never allow these guys to destroy the earth. TCH. This stubborn character is really similar to mine. Burdok muttered quietly. Then he rushed towards Son Goku again. This time, his strength and speed were even more amazing. This guy simply seems to have unlimited physical strength and energy. As time goes by, it continues to become stronger. Sweep out with one leg. Son Goku could only quickly put up his arms to separate. Because Ultra Instinct can no longer avoid Burdok's attack. Boom. Son Goku was knocked back dozens of feet by another kick. His arms were sore and numb as if he had been shocked by electricity. He felt like he no longer had the strength to even raise his arms. The gap? Is it so big? It seems that we can only deal with it if Master Carlo takes action. Son Goku glanced at Carlo opposite him. Although he really wants to protect the Earth on his own. But judging from the current situation, this is simply impossible. Burdok possesses unimaginable power. And Broly and the others began to retreat steadily under Amosi's attack. Call out. At this moment, Burdok rushed over again. Bang bang bang. Every punch and every kick can be accurately remembered by Son Goku. After more than a dozen attacks, Son Goku couldn't bear it anymore. He directly exited the Ultra Instinct state and fell to his knees. His Ultra Instinct not only consumes physical energy, but also causes great damage to the body. So it feels like every inch of skin on the body is being torn apart by insects, causing heartbreaking pain. It's over, Bardock said calmly. He didn't kill Son Goku. Instead, his body flashed and appeared directly in front of Carlo and the others. Then, looking at Carlo, he asked calmly, "Are you the gods of destruction of this universe?" I didn't expect that the gods of destruction in this universe would also be a Saiyan. It really surprised me. Indeed, when I met Carlo for the first time just now, Bardock was very surprised. I never thought that a Saiyan could actually become gods of destruction. This was something they had never thought of before. But even Saiyan can never be his opponent. Yes, I am the gods of destruction of this 7th universe. I have long admired your name, Bakken. Carlo smiled faintly and then said to Bardock, "You know, Bardock, I've always been a figure living in legend. It can even be said that he was the first person to become Super Saiyan." Carlo actually still has a good impression of Bardock, especially Bavak in Dragon Ball Super Broly and in the Dragon Ball Super Season 2 manga. He is different from other Saiyans who are fierce and cruel. He still has some feelings and kindness. Oh, I didn't expect that even the gods of destruction in this universe knew about me. It really surprised me, and at the same time I felt deeply honored, Bardock said calmly. But it was obvious that he was just talking, and there was no expression of deep honor at all. Instead, he looked provocative. "Yeah? If that's the case, then I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me who is the master behind your scenes? By the way, tell us, what is the purpose of your visit this time? If you cooperate and tell me, maybe I won't hold you accountable for coming to Earth to cause trouble. Otherwise, you two may not be able to leave the Earth today." Carlo naturally saw Bardock's arrogance and said calmly, "This guy does have the arrogance. After all, having such a powerful power is not something that ordinary people can do." But no matter how much he liked Bardock, this guy actually dares to cause trouble on Earth. Then his ending will definitely not be good. Now if he tells everything, he might be able to win leniency. Of course, Carlo knew that this guy would never cooperate, because it can be seen from his expression that he does not take gods of destruction seriously at all. Really? Just after Carlo's voice fell, Bardock said with a sneer, "No way? You don't naively think that the gods of destruction can defeat me? Stop daydreaming. Perhaps the gods of destruction are supreme beings in the eyes of humans, but in my eyes you are just reptiles. If it were the past, to him, the gods of destruction are indeed supreme and unsurpassable existences. But now he doesn't take gods of destruction seriously at all. The so-called power of universe rules has no threat in his eyes. So you are really confident. In this case, it seems that I can only speak with my fists." Carlo twisted his neck and moved his body. "I have been traveling for a while and haven't had much physical activity. Bardock has good strength and is a strong opponent. It's just a good time to use him to move your body a little." Fists talking? That's exactly what I want to say. Let me see what power the so-called gods of destruction have. But don't be weaker than Carlo, because then I will be very disappointed, Bardock said confidently. Carlo's strength is indeed very strong. It may very well have reached the level of gods of destruction. If gods of destruction is only at this level, the next battle will be very boring. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Carlo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Then his face suddenly became serious. Then he clenched his fists. Aha! Along with a low cry, terrifying arrogance instantly burst out from his body. The golden arrogance continues to linger. Carlo instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan 5 form. Silver white hair hung straight down to her waist, and her pupils turned red. The whole body is also covered with silver white body hair. To be honest, it's been a long time since he transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to fight. But now the opponent he faces is Saiyan Bardock. Then there is no need to use Ultra Instinct and Destruction skills. I want to use Saiyan's power to completely defeat Bardock. By the way, he proves to all of them that he, Carlo, is the most powerful Saiyan. Although I don't know what kind of adventure Bardock encountered that led to such a breakthrough. But there is absolutely no way to defeat him. What? What kind of transformation is this? I have never seen it before, but this guy's aura became extremely powerful in an instant. There is no doubt that he is much stronger than Carlo just now. The moment Carlo turns into Super Saiyan 5, Bardock's face also showed a look of shock for a moment. The Super Saiyan 4 performed by Carlo before the card, he knew. And he can also transform into Super Saiyan 4 to fight. But the silver-haired transformation in front of him was something he had never seen before. Super Saiyan 5? Now that Master Carlo has become Super Saiyan 5, his strength is much stronger than before. Is this the enhanced strength after the basic combat effectiveness is improved? Son Goku stood aside and said in great surprise. When I first saw Carlo-sama's Super Saiyan 5, it was very powerful, but it is absolutely incomparable to now. From this point of view, Master Carlo can definitely defeat Bardock and protect the Earth. Why does Carlo-sama have to fight in Super Saiyan 5's form again? Wouldn't it be possible to exert greater power by fighting in the form of Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction? Whis said with a puzzled look on his face. The Gods of Destruction Vermut and Supreme Kai from Universe 11 were completely shocked and speechless. I didn't expect that the Saiyan on the opposite side had such a powerful force zone, and the power possessed by Master Carlo is also so powerful. Destroying J is indeed like having no weakness. Maybe it's because the opponent is Saiyan, Liz? That's why Carlo needs to use Scion's transformation to defeat that guy. Vados guessed from the side. Whis also agreed with this speculation. Although it has only been a few years, Master Carlo has become immeasurably powerful after becoming Super Saiyan 5. It is no exaggeration to say that he has completely surpassed Angel now, whether it's the form of Gods of Destruction or the form of Saiyan. I remember that when Carlo-sama first became Super Saiyan 5, his strength was completely different from what it is now. Come on, Bardock, let me see how powerful your Quan Sai Shin is. After transforming into the Super Saiyan 5 form, Carlo waved to Bardock. The power of Quan Sai Shin is indeed outrageous. If he could open both limiters, he might have more power than Carlo could handle. But now Bardock has only just transformed into the form of a full Sai God. Not even a limiter is on. So he absolutely cannot be his opponent. I have to say, Gods of Destruction is much more powerful than I imagined. Your strength and transformation really shocked me. But I can tell you clearly, even so you can't defeat me. After Bardock's voice fell, he directly launched an active attack. The Gods of Destruction in front of me is indeed very powerful. It is not easy to defeat him. We must fight quickly and gain the advantage as quickly as possible. Then get rid of him completely. 138. Call out. Bardock threw out a tentative punch. He has never seen the form of Super Saiyan 5, so he first wants to test whether the power of this form is very strong. Carlo's body also flashed out. Then he met him with a punch. Boom. The moment the two fists collided, there was an explosive collision sound. The ground beneath his feet began to crack instantly, like a volcano erupting, with gravel flying. Carlo quickly used the power of time and space, and then wrapped up the fighting area. In this case, the area where they fight is a different space. No matter how fierce the battle is, it will not have any impact on the earth. Balala. Golden lightning bolts fell from the sky. Everywhere it went, the ground was destroyed. Carlo and Bardock's fists were also separated. Not bad. You were stronger than I thought. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful power after transforming into this form. But I have to tell you, I only used half of my power just now. Bardock pursed his lips. An excited smile appeared on his face, and said to Carlo. Carlo's strength really surprised him. Unexpectedly, even though he exerted half of his strength, he couldn't take any advantage from this guy. You must know that when fighting Carlotte, he only used 10% of his power. Yeah? Then I advise you to use all your strength quickly. You are not qualified to save your strength in front of me, Carlo said calmly. Because Bardock just punched, the power star for him was not very big. He only used half of his strength to greet it, achieving an evenly matched effect. That means there may not be much difference in the strength between the two of them at this time. Gods of Destruction, you are so self-righteous. Bardock's expression changed, and then he said in a cold tone, I didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful. 057 If this is the case, then let him fully feel his power. Then, Bardock roared angrily. The breath increased countless times in an instant. This time, he has obviously used all his strength. Bring it on. Carlo also pursed his lips excitedly. This kind of battle really made him feel excited enough. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought back and forth, their bodies constantly changing positions, and exposure circles appeared one after another in the air and on the ground. The popping circle appears so frequently that the Son Goku and Gods of Destruction flavored virtues on the side are completely invisible, because the power possessed by Carlo and Bardock has far exceeded their imagination. As for the Supreme Kai of Universe 11, he was completely shocked. When had he ever seen such a fierce battle? It feels like you may be killed by a shockwave anytime and anywhere. At this moment, both he and Vermut were a little regretful as to why they came to Universe 7 for nothing. In this kind of battle between truly strong men, they will lose their lives anytime and anywhere. That Burdock is so strong. I never thought he could fight Master Carlo to such an extent. Whis frowned slightly and said, if it were Angel, there would be no way it would be Burdock's matchup. Obviously, in this dimension, except for Grand Priest and Master Zeno, the only person who can punish Burdock is probably Lord Carlo. Even Master Zeno's 2 bodyguards may not be able to do it. Yes, I didn't expect that besides Master Carlo, there would be such a powerful Saiyan in this world, but I felt something in his body that made me very palpitating. I'm afraid this guy didn't just rely on his own cultivation to become so powerful. Maybe there is a more powerful boss behind them. Vados on the side also spoke. In fact, all 3 angels could sense Burdock's abnormality. That Burdock can become so powerful except for his own talent. I must have received help from some external factors. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to reach this level. You know, Saiyans like Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly are already considered the best among Saiyans. But compared with Burdock's strength, there is no comparison at all. In this fierce battle, time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes have passed. On the other side are Broly, Vegeta, and Trunks. Obviously, the trend of decadence is completely exposed. Even if the 6 of them join forces, they cannot defeat Amosi, the ancestor of the Saiyans. Bang bang bang. After several attacks, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, and Hertz were completely on the ground. Being able to persist for more than 10 minutes is the limit of what they can do. Now only Broly and Glass Lady Coolers are still holding on. Broly, who has become the legendary Super Saiyan 2, has blood flowing down from his eyebrows. He was panting heavily, and there were obviously some physical problems. The breath also began to decrease. As for the glass girl Ragus, her face also turned a little pale. His fighting method is more like an assistant. He can only assist others in fighting and then carry out sneak attacks. But using her superpower like this all the time also consumes a lot of her physical energy. Hey, you have great potential, and you have a more pure and noble bloodline than other Saiyans. Join us. Conquer this dimensional universe together and let our blind demi-humans return to their most dazzling moment. Saiyan ancestor Amosi extended an olive branch to Broly. Although Vegeta and Trunks just now are also very powerful, able to reach this level after hundreds of millions of years with weak blood. You can see their talent, but Amosi has no interest in them. In other words, deep down, I simply look down on Vegeta and the others. It's just waste after weak blood. Stop daydreaming here. You are not qualified to make me surrender. Broly gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his fists and attacked again. In his eyes, the 2 guys in front of him were the embodiment of evil. It is impossible to make him surrender. You are stubborn. If this is the case, then I can only destroy you completely. Amosi also had murderous intent in his eyes. How dare you refuse his kindness? Then what awaits these guys is a dead end. After the voice fell, Amosi's body flashed out again. Even after more than 10 minutes of fighting, this guy's physical fitness is still at its peak, and there doesn't seem to be any consumption. Call out. In an instant, he was behind Broly. Then he kicked Broly directly into the waist. Boom. Broly's body was kicked directly into the air. Before Broly could react, a black shadow fell directly from the sky. The black shadow quickly enlarged in the pupils. It was Amosi's body. At this time, Amosi clenched his fists and then hit Broly hard on the head. Boom. There was another muffled sound. Call out. Broly's body was like a falling meteorite, hitting the ground heavily in a straight line. Rumble. The ground exploded instantly, creating a huge sinkhole. Broly immediately struggled to stand up, with blazing anger surging in his eyes. Shocking bloodstains hung on his face, making the grinning Broly look like a demon returned from hell. But Amosi was obviously not prepared to give Broly any chance to resist. He raised his right palm slightly, and a huge grass-green energy ball condensed from his palm. He threw it directly towards Broly. Rumble. The entire alien space seemed to tremble at this moment, and terrifying shock waves spread in all directions. And Broly's body was swallowed up by the ball in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, the thick smoke and shock wave dissipated little by little. Broly's body was lying at the bottom of the pit. At this moment, he He had returned to his normal state, and his body was twitching slightly. Although he was not killed by the energy just now, it obviously made Broly completely lose his fighting ability. Broly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were extremely solemn. They didn't expect that Broly, who was like a god of war in their eyes, would be so vulnerable in front of Amosi. Now that everyone has lost, the next situation will be quite unfavorable. Because next, Amosi will team up with Bardock to deal with Carlo. Judging from the strength comparison shown so far, Master Carlo can only fight on par with Bardock. If Amosi joins again, then Lord Carlo has no chance of winning this battle. After easily defeating Glass Lady Ragus again, Amosi's body flashed and appeared next to Bardock. Bardock, after such a long time, you can't even solve a Gods of Destruction? Amosi teased with a sneer. Shut your mouth. Bardock also responded indifferently. Although they are both Saiyan, he doesn't have any good feelings towards Amosi. Especially since this guy always regarded himself as Saiyan's father, this made him even more disgusted. If he hadn't been able to suppress the guy in front of him with his strength, I don't know how arrogant he would be. KR. Amosi's face instantly showed an angry look, but he was quickly brought under control. Then, he said with a faint smile, let's go together. After we deal with this guy, we can go back to work quickly. Although he hates joining forces with others, but it is obvious that the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe are ridiculously strong. If he and Bardock fight alone, they really can't defeat him. The mission is urgent now, and they must hurry up and go back. If Zeno and Grand Priest appear, it will not be so easy for them to leave. Although they can easily defeat the Gods of Destruction and even kill them, but Zeno and Grand Priest are not existences they can handle yet. This time Bardock also nodded. After all, they came with a mission, and he also felt that it was a bit difficult to defeat Carlo with his strength. If the two of them join forces, it will be much easier. After getting Bardock's consent, he would either raise the corner of his mouth with a devilish arc. Then he said to Carlo, awaken. You ant-like Gods of Destruction. We will completely destroy you next. It's too easy for the two of them to join forces and kill a Gods of Destruction. Destroy me? Okay. It's really not easy to deal with the two of you together. In this case, it seems that I can only use more strength to fight you. Carlo smiled coldly, not paying attention to either of them at all. Because after practicing for such a long time, his strength has not always remained at Super Saiyan 5. Instead, he has mastered a higher level of transformation. It's just that he has never performed this kind of transformation before. Today, I can just practice with the two of them. 139. More strength? Sir Carlo just said that he is more powerful. Did he break through to a higher level? After hearing what Carlo just said, Son Goku and Vegeta immediately said in surprise. Because according to their guess, Master Carlo's strength should be comparable to Bardock. Now if Bardock and Amosi join forces, Master Carlo will probably not be their opponent. But looking at him, he seemed to be very trusting. There's nothing impossible about this, because Sir Carlo already possesses a talent that ordinary Saiyan cannot compare with. The fact that he was able to achieve such a breakthrough in strength in just a few years is enough to illustrate this point, was said from the side. There was more or less pride in the words. After all, Lord Carlo has changed from an ordinary Saiyan to the god of time and space he is today. Possessing extremely powerful strength, he has witnessed it with his own eyes. What's more important is that Master Carlo's practice was guided by him before. When I saw Lord Carlo being so powerful, that sense of pride arose spontaneously. But I'm curious, what form will Master Carlo take next? Is Super Saiyan 6 above Super Saiyan 5? Trunks and Vegeta were both extremely curious. In fact, in the past, they didn't even know about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5. It was only after meeting Mr. Carlo that I learned about these transformations. So if you go by the order, Master Carlo's new form is most likely Super Saiyan 6. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know how strong Mr. Carlo will become. Son Goku also clenched his fists tightly and looked at Carlo intently. His eyes were shining with great excitement. If Lord Carlo can break through to a higher level form, then Bardock and Amosi are definitely no match for Master Carlo. Therefore, the safety of the Earth and the 7th universe no longer needs to be considered. He now wants to know what level Master Carlo will break through to, and how powerful he will be. What? More power? After Bardock heard Carlo's words, a look of surprise flashed across his face. But he soon showed a sneer. Stop talking nonsense here. I am extremely shocked that you can have strength that is not weaker than mine. You are already considered a very powerful person among Saiyan, but if you are more powerful, don't pretend to be mysterious here. Bardock simply did not believe that Taro had any hidden power. For a Saiyan to reach this level, it is considered a Saiyan ceiling. Want to break through to a higher level? That is almost impossible. You must know that he reached this level of a complete game god with the help of many external forces. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach this level. With his talent, there is absolutely no way he can compare with Amosi. Even if Carlo is a god of destruction, it is impossible for his talent to be more powerful than that of Amosi, the ancestor of Saiyan. Are you trying to create some tense atmosphere before death? I have to say, your method is really clumsy. Amosi on the side also said calmly. As long as he and Bardock join forces, can easily kill any gods of destruction, or even all gods of destruction, no matter how much power the guy in front of him still has, or he is simply making a fool of himself. You don't believe it, do you? Okay then, let you good kids take a look at my new form. To be honest, I haven't used this form properly yet. It seems like a good thing to use you two as a memorial. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, and Carlo didn't bother to explain. Then, his fists suddenly clenched. His arms stretched out into a posture. Ha! The next second, a low roar developed from his throat, half like the roar of a wild beast. Along with the roars, the surrounding sky began to collapse, and even the space produced ripples. It's like it could tear the entire space apart at any time. At the same time, it was also born with an incomparable aura of terror. Rumble, balala, lightning and thunder began in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sun in an instant. Immediately afterwards, golden lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl fell from the sky. Rumble, boom, boom, boom. Golden lightning continued to hit the ground, and the ground was destroyed instantly. Bloody red magma seeped out from the surface. If this place hadn't been an alien space created by Carlo's power of time and space, the entire universe might have been destroyed. And as Carlo's aura continued to grow stronger, everyone was completely shocked, especially Bardock and Amosi. There was even more heart palpitations on his face. No, impossible. How could such a B************ D thing happen? This guy's aura is really expanding crazily, and it's even more powerful than before. Are you kidding? This is absolutely impossible. Bardock looked at Carlo in panic. At this moment, there was already a feeling of panic in his heart. Because Carlo's strength is too strong, Carlo has completely surpassed him at this moment. What's more important is that Carlo's aura is still growing crazily, with no intention of stopping. What the hell is going on? This guy didn't lie just now. Amosi, the ancestor of Saiyan, was also panicking at this moment. Unexpectedly, as the ancestor of Saiyan, he would be surpassed by his descendants one after another. This is definitely a huge humiliation for him. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about being ashamed or not. What he is more worried about now is whether he will die on this planet. You must know that it has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years, and the seal has just been released not long ago. It would be such a loss if he died like this. Hateful. Cole. I won't let you succeed. Amosi's eyes were extremely frightened, and he roared. The body rushed directly towards Carlo. There's nothing fancy about it, just a punch. 6. But his fist didn't touch Carlo's body at all. After touching the golden arc around Carlo's body, he was directly ejected. Boom. The body fell heavily at Bardock's feet. This also made Bardock's face look even more ugly. Although Amosi is not as powerful as him, this guy is also among the top masters in the Dimension universe. But unexpectedly, he took the initiative to attack Carlo. He was actually blown away by the arc around his body. From this we can imagine how powerful Carlo is. No. Impossible. B******************** D. Unforgivable. Amosi, who was knocked away, roared immediately after getting up. Humiliation. This is absolutely a huge humiliation. He had never suffered such humiliation. Unexpectedly, I took the initiative to attack the opponent, but was knocked away without even touching the opponent's body. As the founder of Saiyan, how could he allow such a thing to exist? After roaring angrily, he either absorbs the direct energy attack. The energy balls blasted towards Carlo as if they were free of charge. 0 request flowers 0 rumble. A violent explosion instantly occurred around Carlo's body, and mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The billowing smoke swallowed Carlo's body completely in an instant. But Amosi had no intention of stopping at all, and continued to launch energy attacks. And this time, Bardock grabbed Amosi's hand. Then, he glanced at Amosi indifferently. He said in a cold tone, "Don't waste your efforts, idiot. An attack like yours will only be a waste of energy and will not cause any harm to him at all. Be prepared. We are very likely to die here completely today." When he said this, Bardock's face was extremely heavy. This was something he had never thought about before coming here. But the power that Gods of Destruction has now exploded has far surpassed him and Amosi. In the next battle, they may have no chance of winning. "What? Damn it, you actually called me that." Amosi also roared out. At this moment, both of them were angry, so they couldn't care less about who was stronger or not. Anyway, in the end, both of them may have to stay here. But even though he was angry, Amosi also knew that Bardock was telling the truth. Such an attack would only waste his energy in vain. In the next time, you will lose faster. So he quickly stopped. After Amosi stopped, the billowing smoke dissipated little by little. At this time, the sky was still flashing with golden thunder and lightning. It's just not as fierce as before. A layer of hazy smoke reflected a golden halo. Everyone looked at Carlo's position expectantly. They knew that Carlo would shock them next. Everyone is curious. What will Carlo become next? What level will the strength reach? Especially Son Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists. The excitement on his face was hard to conceal. "Sir Carlo, it seems that you are the one who has the potential to surpass Zeno. I followed you correctly," Hertz also said very excitedly. Compared with Carlo in terms of his strength, there is a huge difference. It seems that his original idea was so stupid and ridiculous. And in everyone's expectant eyes, the smoke dissipated completely. Arcs of electricity were still swirling crazily around the body. Looking at the golden lightning swirling crazily around his body, Carlo said calmly. Carlo looked at his hands, raised his palms, and lightning gathered instantly, but it is extremely bright, like a golden gem. Balala. The tail turns golden yellow and swings around the body. All hair and body hair have disappeared. At this time, Carlo does not have the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5. Nice power. His pupils were the same color as his hair, turning golden. But the golden color at this time is completely different from Super Saiyan 2. It is certain that this form is much more powerful than Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, Carlo's hair has turned golden, very similar to Super Saiyan 2's hairstyle. But against the backdrop of those golden arcs, it looked more like an awakened ancient giant. Let's call it Kindin's Super Saiyan. Carlo's body also reappeared in everyone's sight. Even more dazzling, every inch of hair was sparkling with tiny golden thunderstorms. Unlike Super Saiyan 4, all the hair on the body has completely disappeared. 140. That's amazing. Don't you have any limits, Mr. Carlo? Why does he give me such a big shock every time? Every time I see his strength, he will be stronger than the last time. It's like a bottomless pit, unfathomable. Vegeta stared at Carlo closely. At this moment, there was no jealousy in his heart, not even envy, because he knew that there was no comparison between him and Carlo. Even Carlo is as high as the ceiling in his mind. In terms of status, even Zeno and Grand Priest cannot compare, because Carlo is a Saiyan and they are not. Indeed, Master Carlo is really too powerful. His strength seems to have no limit. Son Goku also nodded and said, but it didn't seem strange at all when something like this happened to Carlo. After all, when they were only Super Saiyan 3, Carlo had already become the Gods of Destruction and successfully understood the transformation of Super Saiyan 5. When it comes to Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5, they don't understand them at all. It's too strong. What kind of aura is this? It feels like it's reached the level of Zeno and Grand Priest, right? Trunks also muttered to himself. In this way, he couldn't feel how strong Zeno and the great 520 officer were. But Master Carlo's current strength is already at a heaven-defying level. These Super Saiyan 4 simply cannot sense Carlo's limits. Oh, it's so incredible. When did Master Carlo change into this form? Why did I never know? Whis on the side also said in surprise. He spent most of the time with Carlo, but I have never seen Carlo in this form. He didn't even feel the change in Carlo's power. As an angel, he suddenly felt that it was no longer necessary to stay with Mr. Carlo. Then another look at Vados. I don't know. Does Vados know? After all, Lord Carlo and Vados have established a relationship during this period of time. Moreover, the two of them are closer and have a closer relationship. Vados also knows more about Lord Carlo. Vados shook his head. He didn't know when Carlo became so strong. With the strength Carlo currently possesses, he can definitely defeat Lord Zeno's bodyguards in an instant. In just a few months, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared to the surprise and astonishment of everyone in Universe 7, Burdock and Amosi's expressions were indeed extremely sad. I originally thought that when they came to this universe, they could easily kill anyone. Gods of Destruction have never been taken seriously by them. Even Angel, they can't stand it. But I didn't expect that the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe would be so powerful. Judging from the current situation, the two of them have no chance of winning together. What now? Burdock. That guy is too strong. Amosi's face was so gloomy that he almost dripped with ink. The character who originally thought he could be easily dealt with has undergone earth-shaking changes in a matter of seconds. This gap between front and back really makes them a little unbearable. What else can we do? Just go ahead and do it. According to my judgment, his transformation aura leaked out very quickly. This is not a perfect transformation. Presumably his physical energy will be exhausted soon. We will definitely be able to defeat him by then, Burdock said in a low tone. After Carlo transformed just now, he has been looking for Carlo's weaknesses. Although Carlo was ridiculously strong at this time, but the arrogance surrounding his body was very terrifying. This shows that he cannot take all these breaths into his body, and the breath is still overflowing. If the breath is consumed so quickly, then this form will definitely not last long. Okay, let's go together. Amosi also nodded, because they had no choice at the moment. As the ancestor of Saiyan, he will never run away in front of other Saiyan, because that kind of humiliation is definitely more uncomfortable than him being killed. Ha! Immediately afterwards, the two roared at the same time. The silver-white aura and the grass-green aura directly formed two beams of light, rising into the sky. At this moment, Burdock and Amosi also exerted all the strength in their bodies to the extreme. Whoosh! The next second, their bodies flashed out at the same time. The speed is amazing. Son Goku and Hertz were unable to capture their movements at all. Even Vados, Whis and Margarita, who are angels, only saw two black lines. The moment he appeared in front of Carlo, the two of them attacked directly from left to right and punched out. Carlo's body did not move. His body remained motionless. His face was extremely calm, and he obviously didn't take their attacks seriously at all. Bang bang. Really? Their attacks had no effect. It didn't even touch Carlo's body. It was blocked by the tiny arcs around the body. But, damn it, there should be a limit to how self-righteous bastards get carried away. Carlo didn't move at all, not looking at them at all. Burdock and Amosi were also furious at that moment. Then he used his fists and feet together to directly launch a violent attack. Bang bang bang. Low collision sounds sounded one after another, and the ground and even the entire space and time began to tremble. One after another, sonic circles flashed around Carlo's body. But his body was as solid as a rock, and he stood still without moving. It was obvious that Burdock and Amosi's attacks only had an itch-like effect on him. Too strong. They were able to completely ignore Burdock and Amosi's attacks. Hertz and Son Goku said with shocked faces, because I had a head-on battle with Amosi just now, so they know better than anyone how strong Amosi is, and that Burdock seems to be more powerful than Alfonsi. However, under the joint attack of the two men, Lord Carlo did not move at all, not even dodging. This gap is already ridiculously large. It's simply an invincible existence. Son Gohan also said with his mouth wide open. On the other side, Burdock and Amosi continued their attack. But just like before, their offense couldn't touch Carlo's body at all. Under this situation, continuing to launch an attack will only cause the two of them to completely lose their physical energy. At that time, they will only be reduced to lambs to be slaughtered. Tero's strength is much stronger than them. Even if they wanted to escape, it was simply impossible. Bang bang bang. After the two attacked tens of thousands of times, they finally retreated several dozen feet and stopped attacking. Some sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became heavier. Tens of thousands of all-out attacks are also a big test for their physical fitness. No. Impossible. You can actually ignore our attacks. Is this guy really Saiyan? Amosi has begun to doubt life. As the ancestor of Saiyan, it stands to reason that he should have the most powerful, terrifying, and pure Saiyan bloodline. He should be the most powerful Saiyan. But now, the guy in front of me is actually so powerful. You can completely ignore his and Burdock's offense. Try it again and take out all the calendar areas. If this attack fails to work, then we will definitely die. Burdock said to Amosi with an extremely solemn expression. This time, if you still can't cause any attack on Carlo, then he could almost give up. Amosi also nodded immediately. Besides, they have no other choice. If the most powerful attack fails, then there is only a dead end waiting for them. Ha! The two roared again, raising their breath to the extreme again. But it could be clearly seen that the muscles of the two people's whole bodies began to tremble. The veins on his face and body began to bulge, like small snakes squirming. Whoosh! The moment you raise your breath to the extreme, you need to let your body flash out again. This time they chose to attack head-on. One left and one right. The fist hit Carlo's chest directly. Bang bang. Click. Click. The sound of a low collision and the sound of broken bones sounded almost at the same time. When they touched the golden lightning around Carlo's body, their arms were almost broken at the same time. The fist still didn't touch Carlo. Oh! The moment their arm was broken, the two men immediately let out painful sounds. At the same time, the faces between the two of them were ashen. Unexpectedly, this was the most powerful blow that not only did not cause any injury to Carlo. Without touching 2.2 beyond his body, they actually broke their arms. This gap is already clear at a glance. No matter what, they can't change the outcome of this battle. Looking at the two people who have lost confidence, Carlo stretched out his hands and pinched their necks. He lifted the two of them in the air like they were carrying chickens. I told you just now, I will use you two to commemorate my new form. Now, are you ready? Carlo raised the corner of his mouth, showed a contemptuous smile, looked at the two of them and asked. Even he felt surprised. I didn't expect that this kind of strength could be so terrifying. And after changing into this form, it is not only the ability to fight that is improved, and also has the ability to defend itself. His physical strength far exceeds that of Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan V, and Ultra Instinct. And there was a layer of golden arcs surrounding Carlo's body. Even the white god Burdock just now was not destroyed, and his physical strength is more terrifying than those golden arcs. In other words, as long as the current Carlo changes into this form, even if he stood and let Burdock fight, he would no longer be able to defeat Carlo. Disappear. After the faint voice fell, Carlo used his hands directly. 141. Goo goo. Burdock and Amosi suddenly found it difficult to breathe, and there was a gurgling sound in their throats. Son Goku, who ran away, didn't look very good at the moment. Although he has nothing to do with the man in front of him, and he wants to destroy the earth. But, after all, that guy is his father. Watching him being killed in front of your eyes will touch your heart to some extent. Maybe it's because of the bloodline. However, although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he would never stop it, because he will never allow anyone to harm the earth. Anyone who wants to harm the earth must pay the due price. What's more, if you take a step back, no one can stop Mr. Carlo. Carlo, that guy is pure Saiyan. So don't expect to be as kind as you. So put away all your kindness. For those pure Saiyans, there is no blood or family relationship at all. In the eyes of a true Saiyan, there is only killing and death. Seeing the change in Son Goku, Vegeta on the side said calmly. If he hadn't been influenced by Carlotte, he is probably like the other purebred Saiyans. Destroying a planet or killing hundreds of millions of creatures is just a casual matter to him. And Burdock, who has never had contact with people on Earth, will never be as good-natured as him. I don't think so, Vegeta. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and then said calmly. It's just that something suddenly touched my heart. He also knew that if he didn't kill those guys in Burdock, they might come back one day. If Master Carlo is not present by then, all of them might be injured or killed. The Earth will also be destroyed as a result. In the eyes of others, this disaster has ended, and the final fate of Burdock and Amosi is to be completely destroyed by Lord Carlo. Just when Carlo was about to finish them off completely. Wow! Suddenly, a black 01 crack appeared directly in different time and space. The moment the black crack appeared, a black lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl shot towards Carlo. Feel the powerful power and evil aura in the lightning. Carlo subconsciously let go of Burdock and Amosi. Then he clicked his index finger, and a golden lightning instantly responded. Boom. Rumble. When the black lightning and the golden lightning collided, the entire space and time suddenly collapsed completely, accompanied by a horrific explosion. Burdock and Amosi were also sucked directly into the black crack. You stay here, well, I'll go take a look. After Carlo said something, his body suddenly flashed. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Carlo used the power of time and space. Therefore, even Vados, Whis and Margarita, who are angels, cannot catch up. Because although they are angels, they do not have the power of time and space. Oh no, Master Carlo has chased me. Is there any danger? The evil lightning just now seems to contain very powerful power. This kind of power seems to carry the calendar of rules, Vados said with a worried look. After all, his relationship with Carlo is completely different from other people. Carlo's concerns are naturally different from others. If it was just ordinary power, she wouldn't be worried about Carlo. After all, with Carlo's current strength, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him. But the lightning just now was too evil, and it also carried the power of rules. This made him couldn't help but worry about Carlo. Perhaps the cracks in the void and the black lightning just now were caused by the boss behind Burdock and Amosi. Don't worry too much, sister. Although the black lightning just now was indeed powerful, Master Carlo has mastered the power of time and space, so there should be no problem. Whis on the side also quickly spoke to comfort him. No matter how powerful the master behind the black lightning was, there would still be no problem for Lord Carlo to escape. Vados also nodded. Call out. When the next second appeared, Carlo was already outside the universe. In front of his eyes, a huge black universe appeared. From the outside, it looks like it is covered by a thick layer of negative energy. What is that? Is this considered a universe? When he saw the big black lump in front of him again, Carlo's face suddenly showed a look of shock and solemnity. He has also watched other universes from God's perspective countless times. A view of the entire universe. But I have never seen a universe like the one in front of me. The whole body is pitch black. There is evil energy surrounding it. More importantly, this universe itself exudes an extremely evil atmosphere. What surprised him even more? Just now, whether it was the power of time and space, or his own power area, neither can enter this universe. And Burdock and Amosi were brought to that universe. What is going on? Is this the last universe that was resurrected? Which universe is it? Carlo said to himself in great surprise. Broly's wish after the last tournament of power was to restore all the universes that had been cleared by Zeno. So it is very possible that when the other 7 universes were resurrected last time, all 6 universes that were destroyed before were restored. The dark and evil universe in front of me should be one of those 6 universes. As for which one it is, Carlo doesn't know. But this universe is too evil, right? Rumble. Just when Carlo was surprised, a ball of pitch-black energy suddenly appeared above his head. Strips of lightning shot towards Carlo instantly. Young people. Carlo glanced at the black lightning lightly. He hasn't taken such an offense seriously yet. All the black lightning had been completely evaporated into nothingness before it even touched Carlo's body. It seems that there should be a powerful boss hidden in this evil universe. All the lightning just now carried the power of rules. If he hadn't broken through his current form, it is estimated that the power of such rules would still be very lethal to him. You are the new Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, right? That's great. You are much stronger than that, Beerus. I was not disappointed. The 7th universe has produced another incredible Gods of Destruction. At this time, a round of lightning attacks had ended. Perhaps the other party felt that such a lightning attack had no effect on Carlo. So he also took the initiative to give up such an ineffective attack. Then, a gloomy voice sounded. That's a lot of bullshit. Do you just know how to hide in the universe and cower? If you really have the guts, get out of here right away and let me see what you are like? Carlo said calmly. Judging from this guy's tone, he seems to know Carlo very well. More importantly, he seems to be more concerned about the 7th universe. It is very possible that he knew about the 7th universe before, or someone who has something to do with the 7th universe. You don't have to be in such a hurry, we will meet soon. It really surprised me that you were able to defeat Burdock and Amosi. Your great strength has successfully aroused my interest. Let's do it. Why don't you join us, and I can give you supreme glory. Let you become the supreme god under one person and over 10,000 people, and you will no longer be controlled by Zeno and Grand Priest. 11. How about it? The gloomy voice sounded again, clearly trying to recruit Carlo. SK. It's really ridiculous. I don't even know who you are, yet you start recruiting me? I'm really sorry, I have no interest in you shady things. Also, when you fought against the 7th universe, we were already on the opposite side. Carlo sneered and shook his head. If it was before, he did have the idea of resisting Zeno and Grand Priest. It seems to be a good thing if you can contact a powerful helper. But after the conference of power, He felt that Zeno and Grand Priest really appreciated him, so that idea disintegrated little by little. What's more, Vados is now his wife. If he is an enemy of the Grand Priest, wouldn't he be an enemy of his father-in-law? I understand what you were thinking. It seems that the two of us will inevitably have a fight in the future. But I can tell you in advance, although you defeated Burdock and Amosi, but they are also vulnerable in front of me. With your current strength, when my strength returns to its peak, I can kill you in an instant. The cold voice sounded again. The voice was full of disdain for Carlo. In other words, it is enough confidence in oneself. Yeah. From what you say, I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. I hope you won't just be so powerful with your mouth by then. Carlo also said disapprovingly, even though he said so. But he knew in his heart that his opponent this time was definitely not simple. Otherwise, it is impossible for other powers to enter a universe. Moreover, these guys seem to be plotting something big. Zeno and Grand Priest definitely know these things. But they didn't take action, perhaps for two reasons. The first one is that they don't even bother to pay attention to these guys. The second is that Grand Priest and Zeno may be like him and cannot enter this universe at all. Even this universe cannot be destroyed. Of course, maybe they are motivated by the first possibility. After all, Zeno possesses the power of rules for the entire dimensional space and time. With their abilities, erasing a dark universe should be relatively easy. And according to Whis and Vados, the Grand Priest possesses the most powerful power in the dimensional universe. Your courage is so admirable. I hope you can still maintain your courage when we meet. The voice sounded again, becoming even colder than before. Call out. And at this moment, suddenly a sound broke through the air. Immediately afterwards, a 310 figure appeared in front of Carlo. Grand Priest? Why are you here? Carlo looked at the person in front of him. It was Grand Priest. Carlo, leave this place first. When we get to Zeno Temple, we will explain the universe to you. Grand Priest spoke. Just now they felt that Carlo was fighting with those guys. I have been paying close attention to the battle between them. When Carlo arrived at this place, Grand Priest also rushed over immediately. Because in this 13th universe, I don't know what kind of monster is hidden, but you can be sure that they are definitely very powerful. It's not something Carlo can handle now. It's just that for some reasons that are difficult to guess, they did not appear. Carlo's strength and talent are recognized by Zeno and Grand Priest. In this case, nothing should happen to Carlo. Good. Carlo nodded. Later, we followed Grand Priest to Zeno Temple. Meet Master Zeno. After seeing Zeno, Carlo also greeted him politely. Although he is very strong now, he still doesn't have that kind of pride in front of Zeno. Well, you're welcome, Carlo. Zeno said calmly. That is the newly born 13th universe. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Universe 13 to appear out of thin air. However, he already had some guesses in his mind. That's why he is so evil, and even he can't destroy it. According to his and Grand Priest's research these days, this third universe. That's why there are only 12 universes left now. Universe 13? Carlo immediately asked curiously. He restores all the universes I once purged. Zeno also started to explain very patiently. Maybe this 13th universe is related to Broly's wish last time. It's just that the other 6 universes did not recover, but instead spawned an evil universe. Aren't there only 12 universes? What's going on with this 13th universe? It is very likely that it is condensed from all the negative energy and resentment of the other 6 universes. That's right. Remember the wish Broly made after the last power conference? Then he looked at Carlo and said, You already know about that special universe, right? At the beginning, there were actually 18 universes, and I eliminated 6 of them a long time ago. The last wish of Broly not only restored the 7 universes that were cleared in the Tournament of Power, but also restored the 6 universes that had been cleared before. 142. I probably understand. Master Zeno, do you mean that the evil universe I just saw was the condensed negative energy and negative emotions from the other 6 universes? Carlo nodded, and then asked with a serious look on his face. If that's the case, it's no wonder it's so powerful. After all, blackening is 10 times stronger and whitening is 3 times weaker. This is the eternal principle in Dragon Ball and all movies and TV series. It gathers all the negative energy of the 6 universes and the negative emotions of all living things. One can imagine how terrifying the evil universe that has gathered together will be. You can tell it from the expressions on Grand Priest and Zeno's faces. It seems they have nothing to do with this evil 13th universe now. Since they have been observing it for so long, if they could deal with it, they would probably have dealt with it long ago. You are indeed smart enough. Indeed, this 13th universe should be composed of all the negative energy of the 6 universes. Grand Priest glanced at Carlo, then nodded and said, some time ago, he really couldn't stand Carlo. After all, this guy actually took over his most outstanding daughter quietly. But now, he also completely recognized Carlo's identity. He also recognized his talent and strength. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, this guy's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now Carlo's strength is infinitely close to his own. It seems that Master Zeno's decision is indeed correct. Carlo is indeed excellent, and this excellence cannot be compared with any gods of destruction or angel. Even in hundreds of millions of years, there has never been a being with more powerful talent than Carlo. At this time, Carlo asked, so, Master Zeno didn't think of getting rid of them directly? You should have mastered the power of the rules of this universe. As long as you are within this law, you should be able to be destroyed. Zeno's clearing ability should be to ignore everything, able to destroy anything that wants to be destroyed. Even if these things are composed of negative energy and evil emotions, they should be able to be destroyed. Perhaps the power of rules has a stronger effect on these negative things. Of course I have. When we first discovered this evil universe, I thought about erasing it completely. But later I discovered that this evil universe could not be erased even by my purging power. Perhaps this is a huge catastrophe for the entire universe, Zeno said with a serious look on his face. Of course he wanted to completely wipe out this universe. But there was no way. He simply couldn't do it. Just kidding. Can't even Master Zeno erase it? This time, Carlo was extremely shocked. In his opinion, Zeno is the most powerful existence in this dimension. And so it is. As long as within this dimension of time and space, there should be nothing he can't erase. Now he actually says that this evil universe cannot be eradicated. This really makes Carlo a little unbelievable. At the same time, it also explains how terrifying this so-called 13th universe is. This is not a joke. I really can't erase it, but they don't seem to dare to act rashly. Maybe they are plotting something terrible. When we have a perfect plan, they will definitely come out in force. When the time comes, we will be at a loss to deal with them. Zeno's face became a little ugly at this moment. Now they are like blind men. It's impossible to see what's going on inside Universe 13. Who is the final boss? Are they, like the 13th universe itself, unable to be eliminated with purging abilities? If it is like this, that would be terrible. Zeno's power of rules failed, which was a fatal blow to the entire dimensional time and space. Really? Carlo nodded. They have no goal at all now, and don't know what is happening inside the 13th universe. I don't know what kind of things they are plotting. Burdock and Amosi are so powerful that they can become their subordinates. That means that their boss is even more powerful. At least it can easily erase the all-Saiyan god Burdock and Saiyan ancestor Amosi. You must know that whether it is Burdock, the god of all games, or Amosi, the ancestor of Saiyan, they are very powerful. It is an existence that completely surpasses Angel. It can even reach the level of Zeno's guard. The person who can command these arrogant Scions is definitely a being countless times more powerful than them. By the way, Master Zeno, Grand Priest, I just had a conversation with someone from the 13th universe. You must have heard it too. Then can you guess who that guy is? Carlo asked immediately, because he knows this Dragon Ball world better than Zeno and Grand Priest. Whether it is Dragon Ball Super original work or Dragon Ball fan work, he has seen almost all of them. If Grand Priest and Zeno can guess who it is, then he can also think of some ways to deal with it. No, he probably changed his voice just now, so I can't judge. Grand Priest shook his head and then continued, but Master Zeno and I have already guessed the identities of those guys before. First of all, the first object of our suspicion is Dragon God Salama, who was once the Grand Priest and the maker of the Super Dragon Ball, because that guy wanted to unite those 6 universes to resist Master Zeno hundreds of millions of years ago. It's just that Master Zeno and I jointly sealed it in the end, and the other 6 rebellious universes were also completely eliminated by Master Zeno. And the place sealed by Dragon God Salama is the void space that was created after the 6 universes were cleared. Grand Priest's explanation allowed Carlo to finally understand the important reason why the other 6 universes were destroyed. It turns out that the 6 universes that were eliminated rebelled with the Dragon God Salama. That's why it ended up like this. Putting it this way, they are not at a loss for the gods of destruction in the 6 universes. It's just that hundreds of millions of lives were sacrificed in vain. But listen to Grand Priest explain it this way. Then this big boss is very likely to be the Dragon God Salama. He was just sealed, not completely dead. And it is the void space that was sealed after the 6 universes were cleared. So this time when all the universes were restored, the 6 universes were not restored. Perhaps it was because the Dragon God Salama had completely merged with those 6 universes. This created an extremely evil universe, which was used to fight against Zeno and the Grand Priest. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years of research, he has developed the power of rules that can compete with Zeno's cleaning power. After all, according to records, Dragon God Salama was a real genius. The fact that he can create something like the Super Dragon Ball is enough to prove his talent and ability. More importantly, in the fanwork anime battle, the Dragon God Salama, who had released the seal, had successfully developed an ability that could withstand Zeno's purging power. Moreover, he also developed the Siphon ability, which allows everyone to continuously absorb the power of God in battle, used to enhance one's own strength. In the anime Super Smash Bros., Salama, who transformed into a full demon, has the ability to completely kill Zeno. So their guess is also reasonable and well-founded. Carlo waited for the others Grand Priest had spoken of, because in addition to Dragon God Salama, they may have other suspects. The second object of our suspicion is Nobu, the former 7th universe Gods of Destruction. He is an ancient demon with very powerful strength and talent. Perhaps in the past hundreds of millions of years, the only God of Destruction who can compare with you in terms of talent is Nobu. Grand Priest explained calmly. That guy, Master Zeno liked him very much at that time. Just like I admire Carlo, I admire Nobu very much. But because that guy made a serious mistake in the end, Master Zeno had no choice but to seal him away. But even if he made a mistake, Master Zeno still didn't eliminate him directly. It was enough to show how much Master Zeno appreciated him at that time. Nobu? Gods of Destruction before the 7th universe. Carlo also muttered lightly. Whis had told him this name before, and he also talked in detail about Gods of Destruction Nobu. The ancient demon possesses strength beyond angel and terrifying talents. There are also various superpowers. But this guy has evil intentions, and his cultivation methods are even more cruel. Before destroying another universe, all living creatures, well, King Qian, will suffer tremendous fear. Then absorb their fears and become nutrients to enhance your strength. This method of improving strength can be said to be very cruel. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that it was sealed by Zeno. It seems you also know about Nobu. Grand Priest glanced at Carlo, and then continued. The place he sealed is also the void space, and he has a very special way of improvement, which is to constantly absorb all evil and negative emotions to enhance his strength. The 6 destroyed universes may themselves contain extremely powerful evil energy areas. So it is very possible that Nobu, who has absorbed these negative energies, controls the 13th universe. Although this is just their guess. But this guess won't be too far off. Except for the 2 of them, no one else should have such strength. Although the leader of the demon world, Mechi Capra, is also very powerful. But he absolutely cannot do this. Master Zeno's ability can still easily destroy him. So, what if the 2 of them did it together? Carlo asked suddenly. Carlo's question obviously stunned both Grand Priest and Zeno. Immediately afterwards, Grand Priest said with a very ugly face. In that case, the situation will be even worse. 143. Indeed, it is possible to create an evil universe like the 13th universe. Universe, which even he and Master Zeno can't do anything about, is very difficult to deal with no matter who it is. Whether it is the Dragon God Salama or the previous Gods of Destruction Nobu, they are extremely difficult to deal with. If the 2 of them join forces, it will be even more troublesome. Although he didn't say it just now, according to his and Master Zeno's guess, they should already have the ability to resist Master Zeno's purge. This is not good news for them. Moreover, the evil aura in Universe 13 is so strong. If it is Gods of Destruction Nobu, then he can absorb these evil auras and continuously enhance his power. Hundreds of millions of years of precipitation are enough to make his strength undergo earth-shaking changes. What's more, that guy's cultivation speed is ridiculous. Then what should we do now? Carlo looked at Zeno and Grand Priest and asked. He can't just sit back and wait for death. This kind of passive feeling is really not what he likes. But taking the initiative to attack, it seems that it is impossible to break into the 13th universe. There is no way. because we have tried many times and cannot enter the 13th universe. So our current situation is very passive, and we can only wait for them to take action first. Perhaps we can only fight back at that time. Grand Priest also frowned and shook his head. If there was any other way, he and Master Zeno would have tried it long ago. Carlo frowned slightly. But if even Zeno and Grand Priest couldn't do anything, then he was even more helpless. Although the power he possesses now is very powerful, but it definitely doesn't surpass Zeno and Grand Priest. Carlo, please go back to the 7th universe first and practice your strength. Train those powerful warriors well. Perhaps when the war comes, those human warriors will be our last resort. Grand Priest said to Carlo very seriously. According to the current situation, a huge conspiracy is definitely brewing in the 13th universe. And this conspiracy must be aimed at him and Master Zeno. They will definitely try their best to study the moves against them, as well as the moves against all gods. Cultivating humans quickly now may play a vital role in the next battle. Well, I know 630. Carlo nodded. Based on the description in the anime Super Smash Bros., if it was the battle provoked by Dragon God Salama and the others, or the conspiracy they hatched, then they will definitely work out ways to deal with the gods. That's the siphoning ability. This ability can absorb the divine power of all gods, and then take it as one's own to enhance one's own power. Even the destructive power of Gods of Destruction cannot have any impact on them. The only thing that can fight them is pure human power. Because Dragon God Salama and the others don't take human beings seriously at all. So no effort will be made to study these abilities to absorb human power. It seems that Grand Priest also knows Dragon God Salama very well, so he has made such preparations in advance. By the way, I always feel that what happened this time should not just happen in our own dimension. Maybe similar things happen in other dimensions in time and space. What should I do if someone from other dimensions asks for help? Carlo asked again. The appearance of Prison Planet and Fubu 4 was definitely not an accident. It is very likely that it is also closely related to this matter. Those guys have mastered the power of time and space. So it is very likely that they will destroy other time and space and then divert their attention. Now he is the god of time and space. Therefore, if something happened in other time and space that disrupted the order of time and space, it stands to reason that he would go and stop it. After hearing Carlo's question, Zeno said seriously, if similar things happen in other time and space, and there is a signal for help, go and help. But remember, never put yourself in a dangerous situation. He still knows the truth about lips dying and teeth falling cold. If all other dimensions of time and space fall, then at this time, they may be attacked from both sides, which is not a good sign. So if Carlo can help, try to help them calm down before a real battle breaks out here. Okay, I understand. Then I'll take my leave first. Master Zeno, Master Priest. Carlo nodded and then said goodbye to the two of them. Anyway, it seems that I can't get too valuable information from them. It's better to think about it yourself. See how to deal with the upcoming battle. Well, you go ahead. Remember, you must ensure your own safety, because after you change into that form, you are really powerful. Zeno smiled at Carlo and said. Naturally, they had seen Carlo's gold and lightning Super Saiyan form before. That form is pure Saiyan power, not mixed with any divine power. Perhaps in the final battle that broke out, Carlo was the key to success or failure. After Carlo nodded, he left the world of Gods of Destruction directly. Returning to Earth soon followed. At this moment, the Earth has returned to peace. But everyone's mood cannot calm down, because they all know that behind the powerful Burdock and Amosi, there is an even more powerful boss. If it weren't for Lord Carlo, then it would be Burdock and Amosi, could easily kill them all and destroy the entire universe. As for the boss behind him, it should be an even more terrifying existence. So everyone's expression was very solemn at this moment, because they really don't have much confidence in the upcoming battle. Today, Burdock and Amosi have completely defeated them. This also dealt a big blow to their self-confidence. After all, they are the best among the human warriors of the 7th universe. But in front of those two guys, he was as weak as an insect. Sir Carlo, please lead us in training seriously. Our current strength is still too weak, and we must become stronger to be able to deal with the next troubles. Son Goku and Vegeta both looked at Carlo very seriously and said, today's battle has completely shattered their confidence. If there is a more powerful opponent next, then they are not even cannon fodder. You must become stronger so as not to hold Master Carlo back. Good. Then starting from today, you will train in the spiritual time room. I'm not sure you can break the boundaries of Super Saiyan 5, but Try your best. What I want to tell you is that most Super Saiyan transformations in the past required anger to complete, but if you want to become Super Saiyan 5, you must not only have anger, but also learn to control more emotions. When you can completely control your various emotions, maybe you will touch the threshold of Super Saiyan 5. This may be easier for Vegeta, Broly, and Son Goku. After all, you are pure Saiyans. Carlo said to Son Goku and Vegeta very seriously. Trunks and Son Gohan are mixed Saiyans after all, and their bloodline is not that pure. Being able to become Super Saiyan 4 is ABAB, quite a feat. It is estimated that it will be even more difficult to reach Super Saiyan 5. It may not even be possible. Otherwise, after training Trunks for such a long time, he should have gained some understanding. Huh. Several people nodded quickly. If they could transform into Super Saiyan 5, they wouldn't be as helpless as they are today. But what they don't know is that even if they transform into the form of Super Saiyan 5, there is absolutely no comparison with Carlo's Super Saiyan 5. After all, that's where Carlo's basic combat power lies, which is something they can't compare to. Time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, all universes did not suffer any damage, nor did any abnormalities occur. It seems that Universe 13 has become quiet. Son Goku and Vegeta also trained in the spiritual time room for 10 years. So does Carlo. After 10 years of training, his basic combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. The power that the Kindin Super Saiyan can exert is even more terrifying. Carlo is very confident at this moment. Even Grand Priest may not be able to defeat him. I have to say that the spiritual time room is really an excellent place for training. While everyone was still training in the spiritual time room, several uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the western capital of the Earth. Shidu Capsule Company. Call out. Suddenly, a white light group appeared in the sky. Along with the sound of breaking through the air, the white light clusters dissipated bit by bit. A three-legged light yellow machine appears in front of you. It has the word Hope written on it. Bulma, who was doing research, quickly walked out of the room. After looking at the familiar machine, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This is a time machine, something he made. This thing has been kept by Trunks. But why did it suddenly appear here? Just when she was surprised, the hatch above was opened. Then two figures flew out directly from inside. One large and one small. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Gohan, Trunks, why are you two? After looking at the two people in front of him, one big and one small, Bulma asked with a surprised look on his face. This is obviously Gohan and Trunks from another time and space. Because Gohan in this time and space is not so thin and bad. As for Trunks, he only looks like a teenager. Obviously, it must be Gohan and Trunks from other time and space who came to this time and space in a time machine. Aunt Bulma. Mother. The two of them quickly said hello, and then looked around. The person they were looking for didn't seem to be found. What's wrong, Gohan, Trunks? You look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Bulma also realized the problem immediately. It is very likely that some crisis has also occurred in the universe where the two of them are. So they took a time machine and came to this time and space to ask for help. Yes. Excuse me. Where are Dad and Uncle Vegeta? Son Gohan nodded, and then immediately asked. Their time is now very tight. Because at their time, huge disasters had already occurred. They came here to ask for help this time. If it were delayed for a while, it is very likely that the seventh universe of their time and space would be destroyed. They're in the spiritual time room. Looking at Gohan and Trunks who looked anxious, Bulma was stunned for a moment, and then immediately spoke. The two of them didn't have time to say goodbye to Bulma and flew directly in the direction of the Celestial Temple. Soon we arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Then, under the guidance of Mr. Popo, the two entered the spiritual time room. Son Goku and Vegeta were extremely curious. Because the Son Gohan and Trunks in front of them are the Son Gohan and Trunks of the Dragon Ball Super Dimension they went to before. Gohan, what is going on? How did you and Trunks end up in this time and space? Son Goku asked with a surprised look on his face. Dad, our time and space have suffered an unprecedented disaster. We are here this time to seek help. Son Gohan quickly answered, and then immediately looked at Carlo. Because this is his purpose this time. The people he seeks help from are not his father and Uncle Vegeta, because they simply do not have the ability to solve the crisis. The only one who can help them is Lord Carlo, who has the power of time and space. Sir Carlo, please help us in time and space. Without your help, our seventh universe in time and space will be completely destroyed. Son Gohan and Trunks plopped down on their knees in front of Carlo, looking at Carlo anxiously for help. Get up. What happened? Just tell me briefly, Carlo said calmly. It seems that similar problems have indeed occurred in other time and space. 144. That's right, Master Carlo. Just 2 days ago, a very scary demon suddenly appeared in the 7th universe. He claimed to be the previous gods of destruction and possessed very powerful abilities. Dad and Uncle Vegeta were completely defeated in an instant. We are no match for him if we work together. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus-sama is very different from him. At this moment, Lord Beerus is still struggling to support himself. Maybe he was playing tricks on Lord Beerus, so he didn't kill him all at once. We really had no choice. In the end, Mr. Whis came up with a way to let us come to this time and space to seek help from Lord Carlo. Maybe only if Carlo hits someone can he defeat that person, Son Gohan said to Carlo with an extremely eager look on his face. If it weren't for Mr. Whis' guidance, they wouldn't have known to ask Mr. Carlo for help. They don't even remember it at all. Whis said that Lord Carlo is the god of time and space. So maybe if you travel through time and space, you won't be punished. But if it is other gods, traveling through time and space is naturally not possible. Among all the gods of destruction in time and space, only Carlo's strength surpasses all the gods of destruction. Is the only gods of destruction comparable to Nobu? It turns out it was Whis from your time and space who said it. I didn't expect this guy to think highly of me. By the way, since it happened in your time and space, don't Zeno and Grand Priest in your time and space care about it? Carlo asked calmly. For this kind of thing, you should seek help from Zeno and Grand Priest. How could he travel directly through time and space to come here to seek help? Whis and Vados on the side were also curious. If it is the former gods of destruction Norbu who was sealed, he is now unsealed. Zeno and Grand Priest should stop it. No, Lord Beerus once approached Lord Zeno and Lord Grand Priest, but they said, let Lord Beerus handle it himself. This was originally a matter between their gods of destruction. Son Gohan answered immediately. It was precisely because of these words that all of them gave up hope on Zeno and Grand Priest. Those high-ranking people seem to only care about themselves. They don't seem to care at all about such trivial matters. As for whether the 7th universe will be destroyed and whether the gods of destruction of the 7th universe will be replaced, this has nothing to do with them at all. If they didn't have to, they wouldn't travel through time and space at will. Because traveling through time and space is a serious crime. Moreover, they travel through time and space to find the god of time and space, and they are gambling with their lives. What he said is not bad. Although Nobu has been punished, Lord Zeno likes him very much. That kind of love and appreciation far surpasses Lord Beerus. He also suffered the punishment he deserved before. Perhaps Master Zeno has forgiven him. Therefore, they will not interfere in the battle for the 7th universe gods of destruction. 11 Whis said from the side. The seal of hundreds of millions of years may be enough for Master Zeno and the others. So they didn't want to stop Norbu. This also shows that Grand Priest and Zeno do not like Beerus. It can even be said that I don't like all the current gods of destruction. Master Carlo, please. Please save our Earth. Son Gohan pleaded again. Even if that gods of destruction Norbu is not going to destroy all the planets in the 7th universe. But this time, because of himself, his father and Uncle Vegeta, they stopped Nobu. But if he replaces Lord Beerus, then the Earth will definitely not be spared. Carlo frowned tightly. If neither Zeno nor Grand Priest is prepared to come to the rescue, that means they support Nobu. It doesn't seem like a good thing to go over and help now. It might also make Zeno and Grand Priest from other time and space unhappy. This doesn't seem to be of any benefit to him. There is a feeling that if you can't hit the fox, you will still be in trouble. But he was very interested in the gods of destruction Norbu. According to what Grand Priest said before, Gods of Destruction Nobu is the only gods of destruction that can rival him. After hundreds of millions of years, the precipitation of time, and by continuously absorbing the negative energy that destroyed 6 universes, he may have become more powerful. This also made Carlo more interested in him. And more importantly, if you can fight Gods of Destruction Norbu once, then in the future, when dealing with Nobu in this time and space, I will be more or less confident. Carlo, why don't you just leave this matter alone? After all, this matter does not fall under your jurisdiction. The gods of destruction Norbu of that time and space did not violate any laws of time and space. If we go there rashly now, we might make Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama in that time and space unhappy. Angel Vados on the side reminded him. If it's provoking other people, it's not a big deal. But if Zeno and Grand Priest are provoked, the matter will be more serious. Whis is similarly discouraging, because their universe was also attacked by Burdock and Amosi before. Those guys are definitely not the masterminds behind this. Therefore, their universe also faces huge problems. It seems a bit unwise to run over to help other universes at this time. Sir Carlo, please take us there too. We really want to see those powerful opponents. It seems that after 10 years of training in the spiritual time room, Son Goku has begun to become confident again. The same goes for Vegeta. The power they have now is already very powerful. It can be said that it is at a critical point in Super Saiyan 4. All it takes is an opportunity to reach Super Saiyan 5. And the two of them feel that Super Saiyan 5 is getting closer and closer to them. Maybe we can break through at any time. Being able to fight against strong men now will definitely allow them to break through that realm as soon as possible. Dad, Uncle Goku, I know you want to fight, but I'm really sorry. The opponent this time is too powerful. It's simply not something you can handle. In our time, when Dad and Uncle Vegeta fought, they were completely defeated in just 1 second. If Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis hadn't appeared in time, Dad and Uncle Vegeta would have been killed. Son Gohan immediately poured cold water on the excited two people. It wasn't that he wanted to deliberately undermine his father and Uncle Vegeta's confidence. It's really because the gap between them is too big. The father in their time and space has realized Ultra Instinct. But even so, I was still dressed up by that guy in an instant. Zero, please ask for flowers. Therefore, no matter how powerful the father of this time and space is, the final result will not change. This. Son Goku and Vegeta looked embarrassed. They know Gohan can't lie. In other words, the opponent they faced was too powerful. It's even possible to kill both of them in an instant. Okay. You two don't want to go this time. Practice hard and quickly break through to Super Saiyan 5. In this case, you can play some role in the next battle. Otherwise, when the war comes, you two will not be able to play any role at all. Carlo also said to Son Goku and Vegeta. The two of them who have not reached Super Saiyan 5 will probably not even be considered cannon fodder when the war comes. Yes, Lord Carlo. Son Goku also nodded immediately and said, although they are very much looking forward to the battle with the strong. But what Master Carlo said is absolutely correct. With their current strength, they are still a bit too weak. You must train well and improve your strength. Only in this way can it play a certain role in the upcoming war. Son Gohan, let me go with you. I am very interested in the so-called previous Gods of Destruction Norbu. Carlo glanced at Son Gohan and said, if we go there this time, we can study that guy's weaknesses and the magic he masters. Because according to Grand Priest and Zeno's judgment, the boss in this time and space is most likely Nobu. Now that there is such an opportunity to study him, Carlo naturally does not want to miss it. Thank you, Master Carlo. Son Gohan and Trunks were immediately grateful. As long as Master Carlo passes by, then there will be hope for the Earth in their time and space. All right. It seems I can't persuade you. In that case, I'll throw it away with you this time. Vados could only sigh and said to Carlo, now that I am Carlo's, I will follow him wherever he goes. Okay. Most of humanity has also been destroyed. Otherwise, it might just become nourishment for those gods. After nodding towards Vados, Carlo gave Whis another order. After a long battle, the Earth has been completely destroyed and in tatters. There is no way to fight Nobu. At this time, the Earth in Dragon Ball's time and space has obviously become a hell on Earth. But remember, just let them train their basic strength. Don't let them become gods. Whis, your mission now is to train Yukong and the others well. We cannot allow them to have the power of gods. Do you understand? Later, Carlo followed Son Gohan and Trunks to the Dragon Ball. Vados, come with me. Although Son Goku and Vegeta recovered their physical strength with the help of Whis. Yes, I understand, Master Carlo. Lord Carlo had already told them his plan. Son Goku and the others can only play a role in the next battle if they enhance their strength as humans. Whis also nodded quickly. But they also know that with the power they have now, I can't be of any help at all. Just 145. On the hyperdimensional Earth, a one-sided battle is going on. Gods of Destruction Beerus was pushed to the ground and rubbed hard. Whis, let me and Vegeta help Lord Beerus. If this continues, Lord Beerus will be killed. Although Vegeta and I are not that strong, if the three of us join forces, we may still have a chance of winning. Son Goku said to Whis anxiously. He had already regarded Beerus as their friend. Now, seeing his friend being beaten so violently by that guy, Son Goku naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah, Whis, If you don't let the two of us take action, then go help Lord Beerus yourself. If this continues, he will definitely be killed. Vegeta on the side couldn't stand it either. The Gods of Destruction Beerus, who have always been aloof, now only deserve to be beaten. In front of the so-called previous Gods of Destruction, there was almost no power to fight back. Although he didn't like Beerus at first, especially this guy, who was even more arrogant than him. But as he gradually got in touch with him, he began to no longer hate Beerus. Especially his current abilities are mostly due to Beerus. At this moment, seeing Beerus being tortured like this, of course it was hard to watch. He knew that even if he and Carlo Beerus teamed up, they still couldn't be that guy's opponent. The only one who can defeat this guy at this time may be Whis. No, because you can't participate in any battles. This is Angel's rule. If you two go, you will definitely be killed instantly by Master Nobu. Whis said seriously immediately. All they could do at this moment was wait quietly for Gohan and Trunks to come back. Hopefully they can bring Lady Carol back. 4, 4, 3. This way, there may be hope of defeating Lord Nobu. Then why don't I just watch and do nothing? No, I can't do it. Son Goku instantly turned into Super Saiyan blue color. Seeing Lord Beerus being beaten so violently, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Because if this continues, Lord Beerus will be killed. Once Master Beerus dies, they will be even less able to resist Nobu. There is nothing wrong with waiting for rescue, but they must fight their own battles too. You cannot keep waiting for others to come to your rescue. And he doesn't have this habit. After saying that, Son Goku rushed over directly. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, even though he knew he was no match for that guy. He transformed into Super Saiyan's dark blue form and rushed over. TCH. Weak ants. Gods of Destruction Norbu said in a cold tone. He has no interest at all in such a weak insect. Even Beerus is nothing more than a bug in his eyes. But this guy Beerus has taken away his Gods of Destruction position, so he won't kill Beerus so easily. But let him die bit by bit in painful torture. After the cold voice fell, Nob lands 2 kicks. Goku and Vegeta flew out in response. Instantly lost combat effectiveness. Then Norbu pinched Beerus' neck directly, chilling Beerus like a chicken. You're too weak, Beerus. Having you be the Gods of Destruction of this universe is really an embarrassment to the 7th universe. So you'd better die obediently. Only I can deserve the position of Universe Gods of Destruction. Nobu's tone was extremely cold. After finishing speaking, I used a few points of calendar. Beerus' face turned red from holding back the pain, and he no longer had the ability to fight at this moment. His eyes were lifeless, and he had obviously completely lost the consciousness of fighting. Even the struggle has been given up. After such a long battle, he also knew that he could not defeat the guy in front of him. But he was very unwilling. Why did Zeno and Dashin come to help them? Obviously they knew this guy had appeared. Call out. And just after Nob's voice fell, Beerus was about to be killed. Suddenly, the sound of Tao broke through the air. Then the space was directly torn apart. 3 figures also flew out from inside. Gohan, Trunks, you're back? Seeing Son Gohan and Trunks coming back, a smile suddenly appeared on Whis' face. Especially when Carlo appeared with them. He immediately greeted with a smile. Sir Carlo, long time no see. Son Goku and Vegeta were instantly overjoyed after seeing Carlo. Great, Gohan and the others have brought Master Carlo here. Son Goku said with great excitement. Vegeta is also very curious now. After so many months, I don't know what kind of changes have taken place in Carlo's strength. Has it become stronger than before? Can you cope with this extremely powerful opponent in front of you? The moment Carlo appeared, Gods of Destruction Norbu's expression changed slightly. Then he stared at Carlo. A cold identity flashed in his eyes. Because he felt that this guy also had a very familiar aura of destruction in his body. Are you Gods of Destruction too? Norbu asked immediately. But this is nothing surprising. He has been sealed for eons. Perhaps other universes have replaced Gods of Destruction. This guy is just another Gods of Destruction from another universe. Maybe it's not as powerful as Beerus. So Nobu didn't take Carlo seriously at all. Are you Nobu, the previous Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe? Carlo looked at Nobu up and down, and then asked calmly. To be honest, this guy is just as ugly as the other Gods of Destruction. But there are also more or less humanoid shapes. It's a bit like Yasuo, who will kill himself if he doesn't use E in many lines. This is a very similar look to him, but he is not as long as Yasuo. Definitely not as happy as Yasuo. Oh, you actually know me. This really surprises me. I didn't expect you to have heard of my name among the gods of destruction in other universes, Nobu said calmly. After all, when he was the gods of destruction, no gods of destruction could compare with him. It is expected that these younger generations will know him. Master Nobu, let me introduce you. This is Lord Carlo, the 7th universe gods of destruction in future time and space. Whis took a step forward and said to Nobu, maybe he doesn't know that Lord Beerus in the future time and space is already dead. I don't know what the future time and space will be like now. At this time, something like this happened. Maybe Master Nobu in the future time and space has also broken free of the seal. Nanny? Are you saying this guy is actually the gods of destruction from the 7th universe in future time and space? Nobu's face suddenly showed a look of extreme horror. Unexpectedly, this humble guy in front of me is actually the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. In other words, this time-space capable Beerus no longer exists. So this guy inherited Beerus' position. After hearing the shocking news, Nobu threw Beerus away. Seeing this, Son Goku and Vegeta quickly brought Beerus over. You thought that the next step might be a battle between Master Carlo and that knob?
Yes.
Whis replied calmly. Nobu's ambition is really too big, so when assisting him, Whis didn't like him very much. Tisich, damn little bug. I don't know what qualifies you to be the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Nobu's eyes instantly turned cold. Black and purple arrogance surged directly from his eyes. An extremely evil aura instantly erupted from his body. All the guys who become the 7th universe gods of destruction are his enemies. So today, he not only wants to kill Beerus and regain his own position, but also completely kill this so-called future Spacetime Foundation universe gods of destruction. You disappoint me a little. You are too weak. Having been sealed for hundreds of millions of years, hasn't your strength grown at all? Carlo glanced at Nobu, and then said in a contemptuous tone. This wasn't meant to irritate him, but Carlo really thinks this guy is very weak. According to Whis, this guy already had power beyond Angel before he was sealed. But after being sealed for hundreds of millions of years, his current strength has at most reached the level of a Xenoguard. This kind of strength is simply vulnerable to Carlo. If the big boss in the future time and space is really this guy, it would be a bit too casual. Because such a guy is simply not good enough to be his opponent. It is even more impossible to become the opponent of Xeno and Grand Priest. Oh, little insect, how dare you say such a thing? Nobu was stunned, and a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. Just a little bug. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? And how dare you underestimate his strength is absolutely unforgivable. This guy seemed to be more annoying to him than Beerus. Stop talking nonsense and use your skills quickly. Your strength disappoints me so much that I have lost interest in you, Carlo said impatiently. I originally thought that Nobu's strength would be very strong, even if it's not to the level of Grand Priest and Xeno, but at least I should be able to be on par with myself. But now it seems that I overestimated that one a bit. Sir Carlo, please don't be careless. Master Nobu is very powerful. His strength is far superior to Angel's, so you must not be careless. Whis on the side immediately spoke to remind Zero. When Son Goku and Vegeta asked him to take action before, the reason why he didn't take action was not only due to the constraints of Angel's responsibilities. The more important reason is that even if he takes action, he can't beat Nobu. It will just be wiped out for violating the duty. You underestimated me a bit, Whis. Such a guy has no right for me to take him seriously. Carlo glanced at Whis, then spoke calmly. Damn it, you self-righteous worm. I haven't heard something so stupid in a long time. The moment an angry voice came out of his throat, purple flames instantly erupted from Nobu's body. Explodes in the body. At that moment, Whis, Beerus, and Son Goku's expressions suddenly changed. Because this guy is too powerful. It was even more powerful than they had expected before. They could clearly feel Nobu's evil aura. Almost in an instant, the entire 7th universe was filled. This kind of power made Whis frown even more. Although Lord Carlo acted very confident just now, in the face of such a powerful force, can Lord Carlo really handle it? After all, it wasn't long before he became the gods of destruction. With purple arrogance all over his body, Nobu looked at Kadu with an extremely arrogant look, obviously saying, You see, stupid little bug, this is my power. However, Carlo didn't pay attention to him at all. With a clenched fist, he instantly transformed into a golden electric Super Saiyan. Golden lightning illuminated the entire 7th universe in an instant. Bolts of golden lightning fell from the sky. and Carlo's aura has reached a level that even Whis can't imagine. Opposite Gods of Destruction Norbu, his expression suddenly changed. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This be D actually has such a powerful power. Are you kidding? Norbu was instantly shocked by Carlo's power. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that he already has strength that is not weaker than his own. No wonder this guy was so arrogant just now. It seems that he really has capital, much bigger than Beerus Fu. As for Son Goku and Beerus who have just recovered, there was a look of astonishment on his face, and his mouth opened wide in shock. Thinking back to the last time he fought Carlo, Beerus felt scared. Unexpectedly, the gap between them is like a world of difference. I will kill you completely in an instant. So, wake up. After turning into Jinjin Super Saiyan, Carlo said with a cold tone and a calm expression. I originally thought this guy would become very strong. So Carlo was still very interested before coming here. But now it seems that he is thinking too much. This guy is too weak and has completely lost his idea of research. Now that he's here, let's eliminate him completely, because this guy looks really unpleasant. But, you damn be D, don't let me get carried away. After hearing Carlo's extremely arrogant words, Nobu instantly hissed 3.0 for a week. Straight towards Carlo. This guy must be completely torn apart before he can vent the anger in his heart. Act recklessly. Seeing Nobu rushing over on his own initiative, Carlo said lightly. The same body turned into a golden lightning. The speed is so fast that Whis can't see clearly at all. The next second, Carlo's and Norbu's bodies switched places. However, Nobu's face instantly turned pale. He still maintained the posture of punching just now. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were constantly expanding, under everyone's extremely shocked and horrified eyes. The purple flames around Nobu's body dissipated little by little. The whole body is still filled with golden arcs. A hole as big as the mouth of a bowl appeared directly on his chest, and the surrounding area was scorched black. Even the air is filled with the smell of banana meat. Disappear. Everyone opened their mouths with extremely frightened expressions. Carlo's voice sounded faintly. The moment the sound fell, the golden electric kettle suddenly exploded. As the shock wave spread, Nobu's body completely disappeared without a trace. Not even a speck of dust remains. In an instant, he was completely killed. At this time, in Zeno Temple, Zeno and Grand Priest, who witnessed all this with their own eyes, were also shocked. The two looked at each other, and both saw extremely horrified looks in each other's eyes. Indeed, they were also shocked. I originally thought that Nobu would definitely kill Beerus, and then become the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe again. But unexpectedly, Carlo's sudden appearance completely changed the situation. That guy, how did he become so strong? Grand Priest frowned tightly and whispered to himself. 146. I don't know what happened. The last time I met him, the stinky guy wasn't that strong. Not even necessarily to the level of your bodyguard. But in such a short period of time, such a huge change has occurred. This guy's strength is already infinitely close to mine. Grand Priest also said in great surprise. Originally, they thought that there was no suspense about what happened today. Gods of Destruction Norbu can definitely kill Beerus easily and replace him. Although Nobu made a mistake before and was sealed by Master Zeno. But now it seems that Master Zeno has forgiven him. The most critical factor is that other Gods of Destruction are a bit disappointing. No one has as much power as Norbu. This was a certain thing. But the appearance of Carlo completely changed the outcome. Master Zeno, should you call that Carlo over? After all, he did something wrong in this matter. The great god looked at Zeno and said, traveling through time and space is indeed the responsibility of the god of time and space. But today, his hands seem to be stretched a little too long. Norbu has not violated any laws of time and space, and Master Zeno values Norbu so much that he is very likely to be the time and space god of this time and space. No, Grand Priest. Since Norbu is dead, let's let this matter be. Carlo is the god of time and space after all, Zeno said calmly. Although it is a pity, there is obviously no need for Xingnuobu to punish Kadu. That guy is from the future time and space, and he possesses the power of time and space 01. Now he has so much power. If he wanted to resist, Grand Priest might not be able to catch him. This is a thankless task. There is no need for conflict between the two because of Nobu. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest immediately nodded and replied respectfully. At this time, everyone on Earth was completely dumbfounded. The scene just now deeply shocked their hearts. Unexpectedly, Norbu, who was so powerful and far surpassed Angel, would actually look like paper in front of Carlo. With one easy blow, he completely disappeared. Such terrifying strength. Is this the strength of Carlo's popularity? It's simply unimaginable. Beerus's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he muttered to himself in a daze. Now I think back to the last time I fought Lord Carlo. It was so thrilling. If he wanted to kill himself at that time, he could definitely do it with a wave of his hand. After thinking about this, I felt frightened. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they were completely shocked and speechless. It's also Saiyan. I didn't expect Carlo to be so powerful. Norbu, the Gods of Destruction who surpassed Angel, was killed in an instant without even a chance to react. How did Master Carlo train? How did he become so powerful? When we met last time, although he was very strong, he definitely didn't reach this level. Angel Whis was also full of shock. Although I felt Carlo's talent from the first meeting, possessing strength far beyond other Gods of Destruction, but now it has reached this level, which he did not expect at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Carlo already has the strength of the top 10 in the Dimension universe. After easily getting rid of Nobu, Carlo returned to his normal state. He had expected the shocked and horrified expressions on the others' faces, so Carlo's expression didn't change at all. It's just that he felt that this time it was very uneconomical. Norbu was too weak, so he had no chance to study it. At that time, Beerus hurried over. He looked at Carlo with great respect and said, "Thank you, Lord Carlo. This kind of gratitude definitely comes from the bottom of my heart, because if there was no Carlo today, then he would definitely die. That demon Nobu will take his place as the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe." As for this matter, Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest had obviously given up before. In other words, they have been supporting Nobu. Carlo's appearance saved his life. Only then did everyone avoid the fate of being killed. Son Goku and Vegeta also came over quickly and quickly thanked them, because they know that if Gods of Destruction Beerus is killed, then they will not be spared. After all, they were on the opposite side of Nobu from the beginning. Okay, you don't have to thank me. I was very interested in that Nobu before. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to deal with matters in other time and space. Looking at Beerus and Son Goku, who were extremely grateful, Carlo said calmly. His purpose was not to save Beerus and the others, but I want to study the so-called Gods of Destruction Norbu. The result after contact made him very disappointed. Even so, Beerus and the others are still extremely grateful. For Carlo, it may be a very casual thing, but for them, it saved their lives. Saved the entire Earth. Sir Carlo, why don't you have a meal before leaving? The food on our side of the Earth is very delicious. Beerus didn't know how to answer the call, but he just wanted to thank Carlo for saving his life through delicious food. Forget it, I have other things to do. Take care of yourselves. I guess through what happened today, you will also be able to know where I stand in the hearts of people all over the internet. Carlo said lightly. He has never had much interest in food. What's more, the entire dimension of time and space is now in crisis, and the path of cultivation cannot stop for a moment. Okay. Beerus and the others nodded gratefully once again. Under their watch, Carlo left this time and space directly, because he was afraid that if he stayed too long, Zeno and Grand Priest in this time and space would come to trouble him. It only took about 10 minutes before and after. Soon Carlo returned to his own time and space. Sir Carlo, what happened to that time and space? After returning, Son Goku and the others immediately asked out of curiosity. Although it is not the same Earth, but even if it is the Earth in other time and space, they are also very concerned about it, because there are also their relatives and family members on that planet. It's been solved. Let's train well. Carlo replied calmly, and then began to continue training. He must be fully prepared to deal with the next battle. In this way, time passes day by day. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Universe 13 is still without any movement, very quiet. It's like it's the same as before, except for the last time. There has never been any change in Universe 13, just in the spiritual time room. Been trying it for over 10 years. All in all, everyone has been training for more than 20 years. Over the past 20 years, Carlo's basic combat effectiveness has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they have also successfully reached the level of Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, the two are competing with each other. Carlo, use all your strength to compete with me. Today, I will definitely let you understand that I have completely surpassed you. Vegeta said to Son Goku confidently. After more than 20 years of hard training, he felt that his strength had surpassed Carlo. As for the others, they also started to rest, looking forward to the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta. The battle between the two Super Saiyan 5 was very intense. Hey, don't be too confident, Vegeta. Although we have all transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 5, it is not that simple to defeat me, Son Goku said with a smile. Then he clenched his fists at 437 and started a stance. The arrogance burst out from the body instantly. Then it directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 5. Through training and guidance from Carlo, they have been able to extend Super Saiyan 5's transformation by controlling their emotions for a longer period of time. In this form, there is no problem if you persist for an hour. Even in battle, it is not a problem to persist for half an hour, as long as you don't encounter enemies like Bardock and Amosi. Really? Vegeta said with a sneer. Then, using the same action, he transformed into Super Saiyan 5's form. Golden aura shone around their bodies. They have been Super Saiyan for 5 years, so they have mastered this form perfectly. Goku and Vegeta are really talented. I hope this kind of strength can play a role in the next war. Angel Whis on the side looked at Carlo and said calmly, because the previous Bardock and Amosi were too powerful. If all the 13th universe were such masters, then even if Goku and Vegeta become Super Saiyan 5, it won't have much effect. Hopefully. Carlo also replied lightly. If it's like the evil god with siphoning ability in the anime Super Smash Bros., then Son Goku and Gita definitely have the absolute advantage at this moment. Because they cannot absorb human breath. It can only absorb the breath of God. But if no evil god appears, then their Super Saiyan 5 form really won't have much effect. It can be said that if they meet Bardock and Amosi again, Son Goku and Vegeta will still be defeated. While talking, Son Goku and Vegeta were already fighting together. The ultimate battle between the two Super Saiyan 5 is indeed very intense. If Carlo hadn't set up a barrier in the spiritual time house, the spiritual time house would have been completely destroyed in an instant. 147. This battle lasted for half an hour, and in the end Son Goku and Vegeta were evenly matched. Son Goku is indeed stronger than Vegeta, but he did not directly defeat Vegeta. After all, he knew that Vegeta's self-esteem was very strong. If he could defeat him while also becoming Super Saiyan 5, it must have been a big blow to him. After practicing, everyone was ready to go out and have a good meal. After all, in the spiritual time room, the food they brought was almost eaten. Even if someone brings food every now and then, it's still not enough. With so many Saiyans, and the two foodies Whis and Vados, no matter how much food there is, it's a bit hard to satisfy. I felt that after eating, I was ready to go back to the spiritual time room. Their time is very tight now, because the 13th universe doesn't know when it will suddenly launch an attack. They will definitely come prepared when the time comes. If they don't improve their strength now, they will definitely be caught off guard by then. However, just when these people arrived at the Temple of Heaven, Grand Priest suddenly appeared. Along with the purple void crack, Grand Priest walked out of the void. But Grand Priest's face didn't look very good at this time. Carlo's body flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Grand Priest. Then he asked, Master Grand Priest, your face seems a little bad. Is something wrong? Under normal circumstances, Grand Priest would never leave Xeno Temple. Even if you want to find yourself, you will be summoned through Angel. But today I actually found the Earth in person. That means something did happen, and it was something very serious. Well, you're right, Carlo. Something did happen. Those guys from the 13th universe came out to cause trouble again. This time they went to the 11th universe and the 6th universe. Both universes have suffered fatal blows. Humans and gods of destruction are simply unable to resist. I think you should be very clear about this, Grand Priest said with a very serious face. Because Carlo and the others had played against Bardock and Amosi before. So Carlo and the others should be very clear that the power of those Bardock guys is definitely not something that the 11th universe and the 6th universe can handle. Okay, I know. Carlo nodded and replied. The most powerful team in the 11th universe is the so-called Pride team. Among the Pride team, the most powerful one is Jiren. But Jiren's strength is too weak in front of Bardock and Amosi. As for Hit and others in the 6th universe, they are even less worth mentioning. After all, Bardock and Amosi both possess powers far beyond Gods of Destruction and Angel. Then what did Grand Priest and Master Xeno mean? Let me deal with them, right? Carlo asked directly. Grand Priest came to him probably for this reason. because they are the supreme gods in the universe. Before the big boss appears, they probably won't take action. So these small roles can only be left to Carlo. Well, that's true. With the power you have now, if the ultimate boss hadn't appeared, it would be impossible for you to be your opponent. With your strength, you are enough to deal with those guys. Grand Priest also nodded directly and answered without any hesitation. This is also the result of his discussion with Master Zeno. These small roles are directly left to Carlo to deal with, and they must carefully discuss how to deal with the final boss. I understand. Leave the riots in other universes to me. Carlo nodded directly and said, because he knows the meaning of death and coldness. If both Grand Priest and Zeno were eliminated, it would be impossible for him to survive given his strength. Now they must work together to completely destroy Universe 13, to ensure the safety of everyone. And so far, Grand Priest and Zeno have been good to him. Even though what happened with Vados happened before, it seems that Grand Priest doesn't care about it now. They face even more horrific disasters. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, love. Whis and Vados, you two must assist Carlo well and eliminate all riots in the universe as soon as possible. Then, Grand Priest looked at Whis and Vados again and said extremely seriously, what is happening now is no longer just a universe. Rather, the entire dimensional space and time, and even all resource space and time, are in crisis. If it is not dealt with immediately, the consequences will be disastrous. As for the small grudges from the past, everyone must put them aside. Yes, Lord Grand Priest. The two of them nodded immediately. They know Angel's responsibilities very well. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go back first. If something happens that you can't handle, remember not to put yourself in danger, because you will play a vital role in this crisis now. Grand Priest said to Carlo very seriously. With the talent Carlo has, in the near future, it is very likely that he will surpass Master Zeno. And to deal with these demons, perhaps Carlo's power is greater than Master Zeno's ability. Yes, I will. Carlo nodded solemnly. No matter what time it is, he will never put himself in danger. As someone who had died once, he didn't want to die again. Then I probably won't have such good luck traveling through time. Grand Priest then left. After a short discussion, everyone was ready to go to the 6th universe first. Because the 6th universe is closest to the 7th universe, and in comparison, Carlo feels that the fat guy is less annoying than Vermont. And this time in the 6th universe. At this moment, the universe has become a hell on Earth. Most of the planets began to fall apart. As the strongest killer, Hit was instantly killed with one move, and lost his combat effectiveness. As for Saiyan Gabe and Caulifla, they are not even qualified to fight. The legendary Super Saiyan Kyre was also killed instantly. Gods of Destruction Kampa was also defeated within a dozen rounds. Damn it! Is Son Goku from the 7th universe being controlled by someone? Why did that guy attack us, and how could he become so powerful in such a short period of time? Gods of Destruction Kampa said with an extremely gloomy expression. Because the one who destroyed their 6th universe this time was Son Goku of the 7th universe. He looked exactly the same. Even including his transformation, it is Super Saiyan 4. But he really couldn't figure it out. The 6th universe and the 7th universe have no grudges. Why did this guy suddenly attack the 6th universe? And in a short period of time, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original Son Goku, although considered very strong among humans, but in front of the gods of destruction, it is still vulnerable. But the Son Goku in front of him was ridiculously strong. It can completely make him lose his combat effectiveness within a few dozen dynasties. Master Kampa, there is something wrong with that Son Goku. Although his appearance and transformed form are similar to Son Goku from the 7th universe, but the energy he releases is too evil, completely different from Son Goku of the 7th universe. And Master Kampa, haven't you noticed? After the Son Goku in front of you transforms, his eyes will completely turn black. He's just a demon who looks the same as Son Goku. Angel Caster, who was running away, said to Kampa with an extremely gloomy face. Unexpectedly, the 6th universe survived the last tournament of power by luck. Is he going to be destroyed today and completely lose his ability as Angel? The guy in front of me is ridiculously strong. There is simply no existence that Lord Kampa can handle. But Angel can't take action at will. Hateful. Kampa gritted his teeth tightly. There was nothing he could do at this moment. The Son Goku in front of me is ridiculously strong. It seems that the entire 6th universe will be destroyed soon. Chi. I thought gods of destruction were so powerful, but it turns out they are no different from reptiles. You weak reptiles have no need to exist anymore. The evil Son Goku on the opposite side showed a cold smile, and then a huge black energy ball condensed from the palm of his hand. The energy ball releases extremely evil energy. This kind of energy is completely different from Son Goku. Call out. The moment the energy ball was released, Gods of Destruction Kampa and Hit have completely lost hope, because under such an attack, it is impossible for them to survive. Asterisk, it's over. It's over. Despair instantly climbed onto his cheeks. Rumble. It can require an instant explosion, and the entire Gods of Destruction world will disappear without a trace, turned into dust in the universe. However, the evil Son Goku on the opposite side suddenly showed a surprised look, because the horrific explosion just now did not kill the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Moreover, there were actually a few more people on the opposite side. At this time, and Hit's bodies were directly wrapped in a huge golden energy ball. The explosion in the Gods of Destruction world just now had no impact on them. At this moment, several figures also appeared in front of them. Sir Carlo. See Lord Carlo. After seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Gods of Destruction Kampa seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and immediately bowed and saluted with great respect and excitement. The joy of surviving the disaster made Hit and Gabe extremely excited. You know, they thought they were going to die just now. There is no hope at all. Unexpectedly, Lord Carlo suddenly appeared now, and he also brought with him many powerful humans from the 7th universe. No, Carlo said lightly. Then he tapped his toes gently out of thin air, and the world of Gods of Destruction that originally turned into dust in the universe. As if going back in time, they quickly began to gather together. In the blink of an eye, the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe was once again formed. It's like it's never been damaged. Gods of Destruction Kampa was not too shocked by this scene. Every angel can use the ability to trace back time. So as Master Carlo, who is more powerful than Wangda's angel, he can naturally do it. As for Hit and Caulifla, they were shocked and speechless. They had just witnessed the disappearance of the Gods of Destruction world with their own eyes. Unexpectedly, Master Carlo just stamped his feet, and the world of Gods of Destruction remained intact. Eh? How come that guy looks exactly like me? Although this is just a guess, Carlo is almost 90% sure. However, that guy's face was extremely evil, because the evil aura in these guys' bodies is too powerful, very similar to the evil aura in Burdock and Amosi's bodies before. Why is this guy in front of me so similar to Carlo? Looking at everyone with surprised faces. Then it is very likely that they also created Vegeta, Broly, Hertz, and others. After seeing the evil Son Goku opposite, Son Goku next to Carlo immediately said in surprise. At first glance, it looks exactly like him. This also shows that the Son Goku in front of us is definitely not the Son Goku from other time and space. Carlo on the side explained calmly. It seems that because of the last battle, all of your genes were taken away by those guys. So the guy opposite is but what worries Carlo the most is this. Vegeta and the others also looked shocked. But evil warriors were created. This is completely different from him. If his guess is true, wonder if these guys made evil Carlo. It could be the evil warrior they copied from Goku's prototype. Moreover, he was actually able to seriously injure the Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe. Was he Carlotte from another time and space? 148. If these guys steal his genes during the battle, the situation will be quite bad. Because Carlo now has a super powerful mission. It can be said to be the most powerful existence besides Zeno and Grand Priest. If those guys copied Carlo, and then used this evil power to fully unleash his potential, by then, it is estimated that even Carlo himself may not be able to defeat that kind of replica. Can such a thing happen? Damn it. What do these bastards want to do? After hearing Carlo's words, Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions suddenly changed. If that's really their purpose, that's too bad. Because when they first appeared, they could feel that the evil Son Goku on the opposite side was very powerful. Even more powerful than their Super Saiyan 5. What if all the warriors were copied and more powerful than the original ones? This is definitely bad news. Master Carlo, I want to fight him. Although I know there is a big gap in strength between me and that guy, I want to feel his power. At this time, Son Goku suddenly took a step forward and said to Carlo. When he first appeared, he felt that the evil Son Goku opposite him was much stronger than him. But he had to feel that power. It might be a good thing for him to feel the gap between them. Even if you lose in the end, you may still be able to learn some experience from the battle. Don't do anything stupid, because Carlo is here. That guy's strength is simply beyond what we can handle. Even the gods of destruction from the 6th universe are no match for him. Don't be too self-righteous. If you get killed by then, it won't be worthwhile. Vegeta immediately said to Son Goku from the side. Although his tone was as cold and arrogant as ever, he could also hear his concern for Son Goku. Among the people he cares about most, Son Goku is one of them. Although he always talks about killing Son Goku, he is more worried about Son Goku's safety than anyone else. Don't worry, Vegeta. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't be killed. Son Goku smiled and said to Vegeta. He knows that Vegeta has completely transformed. Now it's just hard words and soft hearts. TCH. Stop being so sentimental. I'm just afraid that after you are killed, I will have one less opponent, and you can only die in my hands. Do you understand? Vegeta immediately said coldly. However, his eyes were still a little evasive, because Carlo knows him really well. At this time, Son Goku also jumped up. Then he appeared in front of the evil Son Goku. What kind of conspiracy do you bastards have? Son Gohan looked at the evil Son Goku with sharp eyes and asked, GG. Son Goku, that's great. Now that you've appeared, it's time for me to get rid of you completely. There's only one Carlo special left in this world, and that's me. The corners of evil Son Goku's mouth raised a bloodthirsty arc, and murderous intent surged in his dark pupils. Although he is just a copy, he has all of Son Goku's memories and abilities. And with the addition of evil power, he is more powerful than Son Goku. So he felt that he was more suitable for the name Carlo than Son Goku. Really? Then just take it. My name is Son Goku, not Carlo. Son Goku continued to speak indifferently. He has never considered the name Carlo that important. He wasn't used to anyone calling him Carlo except Vegeta. Almost at the moment the sound fell, Son Goku clenched his fists and formed a stance. Immediately afterwards, golden flames spurted out from the body in an instant, directly changing into the form of Super Saiyan 5. Because the evil in front of me, Son Goku, is ridiculously powerful. So he had to use the most powerful force to deal with it in an instant. What form are you in? Why don't I know? Evil Son Goku's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Because among all Son Goku's memories and transformations, there is no such transformation. And this kind of strength is indeed very powerful. But for Son Goku, this form is a bit too wasteful. If he can change into this form, his strength will be further improved by then. Maybe even to the extent of Burdock. Because you're just a copy. Son Goku replied coldly. Then his body flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. The speed was amazing, and he was in front of the evil Son Goku in a matter of seconds. Then, he punched out without hesitation. The strength of Super Saiyan 5 is indeed not comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Son Goku is much stronger than before. It's amazing. When did Son Goku from the 7th universe become so powerful? Even the Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe had a look of extreme shock on his face at this time. When we last met, Son Goku had already understood Ultra Instinct. But the strength is definitely not comparable to what it is now. And I have never seen Son Goku look like this. Of course, it wasn't just Kampa who was surprised. And hit, Caulifla and the others. Boom. Just when everyone in the 6th universe was shocked, Son Goku punched the evil Son Goku's arms hard. Evil Son Goku's body scraped against the ground and flew dozens of feet away. Chi. Not bad, not bad. You are stronger than I thought. Evil Son Goku pursed his lips, showing a ferocious and greedy expression. As long as he can reach this level, his strength will surpass most people. Son Goku roared in a low voice, and then his body jumped up and attacked the evil Son Goku again. The evil Son Goku did not fight back, but kept blocking. His goal is very clear. That is, during the battle with Son Goku, he must continue to learn this form of Son Goku. As long as he masters this form, he may have the qualifications to be on an equal footing with Burdock and Amosi. Although they are all replicants. But they are all thoughtful replicants. After attacking hundreds of times, Son Goku also realized the evil Son Goku's thoughts. His offense has no effect on the opponent. If this continues, he will also be able to comprehend Super Saiyan 5's form faster. At that time, it will be even more troublesome. Therefore, this game must be ended as soon as possible. Kamehameha waves. The next moment, Son Goku performed his signature move, and then directly launched the Kamehameha wave. Gee, this kind of thing is of no use to me. Evil Son Goku grinned. Then he directly caught Son Goku's Kamehameha wave with one hand. You must know that this guy's strength has reached the level of Angel. It's even possible that Angel is no match for him. Although Son Goku can now transform into Super Saiyan 5, he is even more powerful than before. However, it still has not reached the level of Gods of Destruction. So in front of the evil Son Goku is vulnerable. Sure enough, the gap between me and him is too big. I have no chance of winning this battle. Son Goku muttered to himself in frustration. If this game continues, it is very likely that the big guy will gain more power. Just like the old Black Goku. In order to prevent this from happening, he must stop this fight. Thinking of this, Son Goku took back his ki blast. Then his body flashed and appeared in front of Carlo. Sorry, Master Carlo, I am no match for that guy. That B**************** D seems to be trying to use me to break through to the level of Super Saiyan 5. If he continues to fight, he will most likely achieve his goal. So I can't keep fighting. Son Goku said to Carlo guiltily. I have to say that Son Goku's methods and ideas this time are very mature. He is completely focused on the overall situation and has no desire to fight. Well, his strength is much stronger than yours. Step aside. Just let me handle it, Carlo said lightly. Son Goku also immediately stepped aside. Although the opposite evil Son Goku is very strong, but Master Carlo can definitely kill her in an instant, and saw Carlo walking towards him step by step. Evil Son Goku also had a solemn look on his face, because according to memory, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction Carlo in front of him had defeated Bardock in the blink of an eye. So it is certain that he is not Carlo's opponent, but he also has Son Goku's warlike element in him. He would not be willing to give up a hearty battle and the opportunity to improve his strength. Damn it, then let me defeat you and let Lord Bardock and the others see my strength. The moment he finished speaking, the evil Son Goku made a Kamehameha wave pose. It's just that the Kamehameha wave energy he condensed is black. Haha. Following a roar, the black energy wave rushed toward Carlo instantly. Destroy, Carlo said lightly, and a golden lightning shot directly from his fingertips. This is not the destructive power given by Zeno, but the energy of Kindin Super Saiyan. He found that this energy had a natural restraint effect on these evil guys. Even better than destruction energy. Bah. The black Kamehameha wave evaporated in an instant after encountering the golden lightning. And the speed of golden lightning does not slow down. Before the evil Son Goku could react, the golden lightning had already pierced the evil Son Goku's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Evil Son Goku looks in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be killed like this. In just a moment, not even a second, it was destroyed directly. This is a joke? Sir Carlo, why are you so strong? After Kampa saw this scene, his heart was filled with turmoil, and he was a little confused by shock. Although I have long known that Carlo is powerful, even to the point of beating Angel, but the evil Son Goku just now is not weaker than Angel at all. And he also knew from previous battles that the evil Son Goku could completely ignore the power of destruction. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Lord Carlo in an instant. Shocked. Unparalleled shock. As for Hit, Caulifla and the others, they were completely petrified on the spot. The demon that had almost completely destroyed their 6th universe just now was actually so vulnerable. In front of Lord Carlo, he was as fragile as paper. Gulu. So awesome. Even the new angel caster of the 6th universe was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. 149. However, Angel Whis and Vados from the 7th universe looked calm, because they know very well how powerful Carlo is now, and he is definitely not something that a mere evil Son Goku can deal with. Because that guy's strength is similar to their angel, even if he is stronger than them, he is only slightly stronger. Carlo had already possessed the power to surpass Angel a long time ago, and after 20 years of training in the spiritual time room, his strength has become even better than before. It is no exaggeration to say that Carlo now has the strength to fight the Grand Priest. After a brief shock, Gods of Destruction Kampa quickly ran up to Carlo and said with great respect and gratitude, Master Carlo, thank you very much. All of us in the 6 universes are very grateful to you. If you hadn't acted righteously, our 6th universe would have been destroyed. He expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Because before Carlo showed up just now, all of them have given up any hope. The moment the world of Gods of Destruction was destroyed, they actually knew that they were going to be killed. But the appearance of Master Carlo allowed them to survive. For them, Carlo is simply a new parent. Okay, you don't have to thank me so much. This is what Grand Priest and Zeno mean. Carlo glanced at the grateful Kampa and said, he cannot let any universe be destroyed. Because once a universe is destroyed, a lot of fear and negative energy will be generated. If the big boss of this time and space is really Gods of Destruction Norbu, then he will absorb these negative energies and fears, thereby gaining more powerful power. Huh. Gods of Destruction Kampa nodded, but he was still very grateful. Hit and Caulifla pulled them together. They were surprised at Carlo's strength, but at the same time they were also very grateful. And after easily solving the matter in the 6th universe, Carlo and the others went to Universe 11 again. At this time, the 11th universe is also facing the same problem. It's just that the form of the 11th universe is even worse than the 6th universe just now. Damn it! How could those two bastards have such powerful power? If this continues, our entire 11th universe will be destroyed. Gods of Destruction Vermut of the 11th universe said with an extremely ugly expression. The two Saiyans in front of me are Broly and Vegeta from the 7th universe. But he knew it very well in his heart. Although these two guys look the same as Broly and Vegeta from Universe 7. But definitely not those two people, because the energy in their bodies is too evil, and the eyes are completely dark, making it easy to distinguish. More importantly, these two guys are ridiculously strong. Even if he and Jiren join forces, they are no match for them. At this moment, Jiren has completely lost his fighting ability, and he has become the last to fight. There is a possibility of being killed at any time and at any time. Margarita, have you notified Grand Priest and Master Zeno? This matter is no longer something we can solve. Only Grand Priest and Master Zeno can completely deal with these guys. Gods of Destruction Vermut asked Margarita, standing aside with an extremely ugly expression. When these guys appeared in front of him, he asked Margarita to inform Grand Priest and Zeno. These guys in front of me must be the same type of people who attacked the 7th universe last time. This kind of strength is simply not something that their ordinary Gods of Destruction can handle. Yes, honey. I have already informed Grand Priest and Zeno. Master Grand Priest also responded just now, saying that Master Carlo, the God of Time and Space, would come to help. Margarita nodded and said, although the two evil Saiyans in front of me are indeed ridiculously strong, but if Lord Carlo, the God of Time and Space, can deal with it, it won't be so difficult to defeat. Sir Carlo? I hope they can come here soon, because Jiren and I really can't hold on any longer. Vermut could only pray in his heart. Topo and Dispo, as well as all members of the Pride team, will play no role in this kind of battle. The Saiyan can instantly kill all members of the Pride team except Jiren. When the previous battle broke out, Topo and Dispo had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Now Jiren was also beaten to the ground. With his own strength, there was no way he could stop those two Saiyans. If they want to destroy this universe, they can probably do it with their hands. Whoosh! And just after the conversation between Vermut and Margarita ended, suddenly, several sounds broke through the air. They follow the sound. Soon I saw Carlo and Vados appear. Stuck. Mr. Carlo. Seeing Carlo's appearance, Vermut instantly seemed to see a glimmer of hope. While excited, he immediately saluted respectfully. Sir Carlo, it's great that you can come. Exciting indeed. Because Carlo's appearance may have saved them a life on the verge of death. It seems that my guess is correct at all. These guys copied all the 7th universe warriors. After glancing at the evil Broly and Vegeta not far away, Carlo said calmly. Now you can be absolutely sure. The last time Burdock and Amosi came to Earth, maybe they weren't trying to destroy it, but to get the genes of some powerful Saiyan warriors, thus creating an even more powerful evil Saiyan. And Son Goku, Broly and Vegeta are the targets of their attention. Oh, Master Carlo is so tired just in time. Margarita on the side also said with a smile. Although the evil Saiyan Broly and Vegeta on the opposite side are both powerful, but Lord Carlo can definitely get rid of them easily. On the opposite side of evil, Broly and Vegeta see Carlo. A look of fear instantly appeared in his eyes, because they inherited Broly and Vegeta's memories. So they clearly remember that Burdock and Amosi were easily defeated by Carlo before. Although they have gained great power now, far stronger than the original Vegeta and Broly, but it's still not as powerful as Burdock and Amosi. So it is almost certain that they cannot be Carlo's opponents. And just now they felt the disappearance of their companions. After seeing Carlo this time, I no longer had the desire to fight. The two looked at each other. Then his body flashed, and he was ready to leave here. After Carlo appeared, they knew that this battle could no longer continue. Want to run now? Is it too late? Looking at the two people who were about to leave, Carlo tapped the ground lightly with his toes. A huge energy aperture instantly enveloped the two of them. You fakers, you'd better disappear. After the sound fell, the aperture began to squeeze rapidly. Ah! Along with the miserable screams, the two bodies began to deform under the squeeze of the aperture. In just a few seconds, the aperture directly became the size of a ping-pong ball. A violent explosion ensued. It did not produce any blood, but turned into two black clouds of smoke. Carlo casually shot two more beams of golden lightning from his fingertips, and the black smoke disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the evil Broly and Vegito were destroyed. The strength of these guys does not matter to Gods of Destruction. They are indeed untouchable. Zeroed, please give me flowers. But in Carlo's eyes, it's too weak. He couldn't arouse any interest at all. Destroying them in an instant should be a relatively simple relief for them. And this scene shocked Margarita and Vermut once again. Even though they knew how powerful Carlo was, the intimidating power of the higher-ups still made them feel palpitated. Carlo's strength is no longer beyond their imagination. In the next few days, Hertz, Glass Girl Coolers, and their evil clones appeared one after another in other universes. All of them were easily solved by Carlo. This dimension of time and space seems to have returned to a brief period of peace. However, on this day, Grand Priest and Zeno summoned Carlo again. After destroying all the evil replicants, Carlo felt increasingly anxious. I always feel that a very strong opponent will appear next. This feeling is not only felt by him, but also by Grand Priest and Zeno. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, what do you want from me? Is the 13th universe about to take action again? I feel restless these days. I always feel like something big is about to happen. After arriving at Zeno Temple, Carlo asked straight to the point. The feeling of restlessness these days was something she had never felt before. This means that a war will soon break out. It is very likely that he will face his most difficult opponent yet. Yes, Luo, we feel that way too. As expected, within the next period of time, the 13th universe will launch a full-scale war. So I called you here this time because I want to continue to improve your power. Because in this game, whether you win or lose, maybe the decisive factor is you. Zeno also said to Carlo extremely seriously. They have not experienced this kind of uneasiness for a long time. If once the 13th universe starts a war, that means they already have abilities that Zeno and Grand Priest don't have. Carlo may become something they didn't expect. Oh? Carlo was stunned for a moment, then continued. Are Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest joking? It is undeniable that my current strength is indeed very strong, but I still have not surpassed you. Even if you don't have the power to grasp the rules of this universe, if you can't handle it, then it will be even more impossible for me. He's not being modest, it's true. Master Zeno, if those guys can even ignore your clearing ability, then it is impossible for me to defeat them. Perhaps the ability to clean up can play a better role in your hands. Then he felt that he couldn't win at all. In terms of the power of rules, he has not mastered Zeno's clearing ability. So it's not unreasonable for us to have high hopes for you. After all, in terms of strength, he is not as good as Grand Priest. You are the only one in the entire dimensional universe, including all resource universes, who can increase your strength to this level in just a few decades. And Zeno no longer has that ability. So, I'm going to let you learn my cleaning power. Carlo, you can't belittle yourself. Your talent is unimaginable. Zeno said again very seriously. In this case, there is still a big gap between him and Zeno and Grand Priest. They believe Carlo has such ability. This is not an understatement. This is an objective fact. Carlo smiled helplessly and said again. An opponent that even Zeno and Grand Priest can't handle. Zeno suddenly smiled and stared at Carlo. 150. In fact, he had no such plan before, because although Carlo was extremely talented, but he thinks that Carlo's ability to reach the level of Grand Priest is already very remarkable. But Carlo's improvement in recent days has allowed him to overturn all his previous assumptions. After these days, Carlo's improvement made him realize that reaching Grand Priest's strength is not Carlo's limit. He can definitely break through to a higher level and possess more powerful power. So the location of Grand Priest seems no longer suitable for Carlo. He may be able to play at a higher level. Zeno's candidate. Or Zeno in the future. Master Zeno, Do you mean to let me learn your cleaning ability? Isn't this an ability unique to Master Zeno? Can others also learn it? After hearing Zeno's words, Carlo immediately said in great surprise. Although he already felt the appreciation of Zeno and Grand Priest for him, even Zeno seems to have a special liking for him. But he didn't expect that Zeno would actually say that he wanted to teach himself the cleaning ability today. To know the clearing ability, only a god at the top of the universe is qualified to master it. That he is the god of time and space. But the location is not as noble as Grand Priest. Does Zeno really think Carlo can handle all crises? That's why I tried my best to teach everyone in the 620 office. Even his erasure ability can't help but want to be given to Kadu with all his strength. As for the Grand Priest on the side, his expression didn't change much. This shows that he is not surprised at all by such a thing. Because based on Master Zeno's love and appreciation for Carlo, he was not surprised at all by making such a decision. Now he finally understands why Lord Quan chose to keep Carlo here before. He does have advantages that no one else can match. Even if he is a Grand Priest, he is indeed not as talented as Carlo. Especially when dealing with those evil gods, perhaps Carlo's role far exceeds his. Well, of course what I said is true. I think in this dimension, there is no one more suitable than you to master the power of purging. Zeno nodded very seriously, and then said to Carlo, in this dimensional universe, whether it is Gods of Destruction or Angel, none of them are qualified to master the ability to clear. But Carlo has such qualifications. Because his talent is so amazing. The energy he used to deal with those demons in the past few days has been very powerful. If he has that kind of energy coupled with his cleaning ability, he will definitely make things difficult for the guys in Universe 13. Carlo, since Master Zeno has said so, then you must promise him. This is also a choice we made because we had no choice. If we could handle those guys in Universe 13, Master Zeno wouldn't make such a choice. And didn't you promise me before that you would protect Vados and prevent her from any danger? If you don't have the strength to protect yourself, how can you protect Vados? Grand Priest also spoke to persuade Carlo. However, Carlo was just shocked. Shocked Zeno made such a choice. It would definitely be a great blessing for him if he could possess Zeno-sama's cleaning ability. After mastering Zeno's clearing ability, his strength is truly at the forefront of this dimension. No one can do anything to him, including Zeno and Grand Priest. From now on, he has no worries anymore. Okay, if that's the case, then I accept it. Carlo nodded, and then said seriously to Zeno and Grand Priest, please rest assured, Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest, as long as I am still breathing, I will not let those guys destroy our resource space and time. Master Grand Priest, I also promise you that I will never let Vados be harmed in any way. This is indeed what Carlo is thinking. Since both Zeno and Grand Priest value him so much, Carlo will naturally not let them down. Well, I believe you. Grand Priest nodded and said with a smile, it seems Vados has indeed found a good home. It seems that the outdated set of Angel's laws should be re-improved after this catastrophe has passed. Grand Priest, let us enter that place to practice. In 3 days, I think Carlo should be able to master the cleaning ability. Zeno said to Grand Priest with a serious face. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded. Then the staff in his hand appeared out of thin air and gently swiped into the air. A purple void crack instantly appeared in front of several people's eyes. Then Zeno and Grand Priest also jumped directly with Carlo into the void crack. After entering, there is a vast white space. It looks very similar to the spiritual time house. It's just that it's vaster than the spiritual time house, and the gravity is much stronger than the spiritual time house. Seeing Carlo's surprise, Grand Priest smiled and explained, this space is similar to the spiritual time room you used before. It's just that the flow of time here is slower than the spiritual time room on Earth. 1 day outside is equivalent to 10 years of training inside. In 30 years, with your talent, you should be able to master the Master's clear abilities. I haven't been to a place like this for many years, because in the eyes of Zeno and Grand Priest, they have no chance of rivaling them. Moreover, their respective powers seem to have reached the limit of one dimension of time and space. Therefore, even if they continue to practice, their strength will not increase much. But they found that Carlo seemed not to belong to this dimension. There is no limit to his strength and potential. Because logically speaking, Scion's limit is definitely not that powerful. When you surpass the level of Angel, you should reach the limit of Scion. But Carlo's current strength is infinitely close to Grand Priest, and it's still increasing day by day. Description: Carlo has exceeded Scion's limits. Maybe the limits of this dimension of time and space cannot restrain Carlo. It's amazing. One day outside here actually means 10 years. Carlo exclaimed. After all, in the spiritual time house of the earth, one day outside is only 1 year. However, the things in Xeno Temple are naturally not comparable to those on earth. By the way, Grand Priest, I'm curious who created such a powerful thing? Is it you or Master Xeno? Carlo asked extremely curiously, because even he himself cannot build a house similar to the spiritual time house. It can slow down the flow of time so much. Maybe Xeno and Grand Priest have such abilities. No, this was not made by Xeno-sama and I. It was made by the previous King of Time, because Master Xeno and I have very limited time abilities. Even if we can create such a house, the flow of time will not be so slow. Grand Priest explained with a smile. 0. They do have some timing abilities. It can even turn back time in the entire dimension of time and space. But it is not that simple to make such a house. Only the King of Time, who controls time and space, can easily create a time house. I see. Carlo just nodded. He was really curious about kingship, but in her impression, it seems that the King of Time does not exist. There is only one time, and Space Supreme Kai. It is estimated that he also has the same ability, but not as powerful as kingship. In this way, time passes day by day in the spiritual time room. Xeno and Grand Priest also taught Carlo unreservedly. Because they cannot win this battle, I can only place all my hopes on Carlo. Under the guidance of Xeno and Grand Priest, Carlo's strength is increasing day by day. After all, Xeno and Grand Priest are not comparable to Angel. This may be the difference between old professors and kindergarten teachers. Even if Carlo is strong, he will definitely not improve as quickly as a good teacher can do it on his own. During this kind of practice, Carlo felt that time flew by quickly. The years passed almost in a flash. At this time, outside the spiritual time room, 3 days had passed. Since the cloned evil son Goku, Broly and others were killed, Universe 13 has temporarily not launched any attacks. The universe once again regained its original calm. But everyone knows that such peace may be broken at any time. Every Gods of Destruction in the universe is extremely nervous, because they don't know when their universe will be destroyed, and they don't know when they will be killed. And this time in the spiritual time room of Xeno Temple, Carlo, you certainly did not disappoint us. I didn't expect that in just 30 years, you would have perfectly mastered the ability to clean up. It's faster than I thought. You are indeed a very suitable candidate, Xeno. Xeno looked at Carlo with relief and admiration. In the past 30 years, this was just the most pressing time he gave in order to train 4.5 Carlo faster. Unexpectedly, Carlo has completely mastered the cleaning ability. Carlo also said in a very firm tone, "Thank you for your cultivation and training during this time." Grand Priest also nodded with a smile. On the contrary, it was extremely gratifying. If you can say that, we will be happy. By the way, Carlo, are you interested in Xeno's position? Well, Carlo really surprised me. Please rest assured, I will definitely protect this dimensional universe. Without your training, I wouldn't be where I am now. It can be said that at this time, he has become the most powerful existence in dimensional time and space. Thank you, Master Xeno. Thank you, Master Grand Priest. At this moment, the wariness in my heart towards Xeno and Grand Priest has completely disappeared. I didn't feel any discomfort at being surpassed by Carlo. Over the past 30 years, Xeno and Grand Priest have meticulously cultivated and trained him, and he has seen it all, and also learned all the Grand Priest's fighting skills. Xeno smiled and suddenly asked, "After all, no matter what, Kinduo can be regarded as his good son-in-law." At this time, Carlo, after 30 years of training, has far surpassed Grand Priest in strength.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.